Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the Portuguese Parliament, Mr. Aguiar Branco, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, Mrs. Palmer, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, dear MPs, dear guests, my first words are to greet you and welcome you to this conference in Lisbon, and welcome to Portugal. We hope it will be a fruitful, clarifying and enriching journey. It will be a day of discussion and learning, a subject that encompasses so many uncertainty and has so many fears. We hope a lot of doubts will be clarified and conclusions may be drawn. This conference will be a tool, an important tool to prepare preventive and legislative strategies in order to make the most of what artificial intelligence can bring us, because despite real concerns about the use of artificial intelligence in our lives, a lot of these fears that the media have about an apocalyptic artificial intelligence is an exaggeration. There are technological and ethical considerations that should be taken into account, but technology does bring huge benefits. So it is up to us, legislators, to create the necessary mechanisms for this tool to be an added value to society and not be left to accident, hoping that everything will happen according to the best. Artificial intelligence and automatic learning are incredibly powerful technologies. The capacity they have to find patterns from quantities of huge quantities of data and much faster than humans can do. Besides the speed and easiness that artificial intelligence learns is amazing. It helps, so its aid is essential to recognize objects and to obtain results. Therefore, although it is not likely that it will become an assassin of humanity, it can change everything or almost everything. Automatic learning and artificial intelligence are very intensive in terms of computation and energy consumption. We cannot ignore that the needs for energy from the huge data centers that sustain this revolution of IA are still increasing. But these needs may be satisfied by fossil fuels, namely outside the European Union, like the United States and China, and that may endanger the climate commitments that we have taken already. So there are plenty of challenges and opportunities that we will discuss today and reflect about. But there are 3 or 4 challenges that I'd like to share with you. Fraud prevention and possible frauds, the violation of copyrights, because the search engines use AI to look for information where they are available, namely from the traditional media or from the scientific papers. There is also disinformation, fake news, but the automation of routine tasks will be an added value, and the powerful help it may bring to health is also to be taken into account. So governments should give priority to the regulation of the use of AI, using protection guidelines for its use. A huge challenge, given these times of many armed conflicts, it will be the use of AI in military operations. Efforts are undergoing to make sure that the use of AI is safe, but there is still a need to extend this debate and to include how it is to be used on the front of battle. So drones used in battlefield with lethal weapons are already a reality. Can we trust artificial intelligence to make these decisions that will certainly cause death in scenarios of conflict? Now, this is even more relevant when we talk about nuclear, biological or chemical weapons or munitions with a high destruction power. In geopolitical terms, AI can be used as a diplomatic weapon, not just in development and use of apps, but also in terms of investments, like buying companies, startups, or other companies elsewhere in the world. Hence, we must be attentive to the industry of microchips, microprocessors that are fundamental to the use of AI or to the cloud lodging. The use of this, the ownership of these industries by states can be a way for intelligence to be used, to be accessible, and to also sensitive data to be accessible. As we realize, we will face many other challenges as AI takes over our lives. So we must take advantage of today's reflection to discuss these matters and create mechanisms, preventive and regulatory mechanisms of AI. It's the only way we can be ready to be up to the challenge. And therefore, I close by wishing you good work, good stay in Lisbon. And let's now begin our conference and discuss these matters. Thank you again. Thank you for your presence. And I hope this will be an important and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Agora irá usar.
Now our president of, sorry?
Nossa president of the OSCE, Helga Schmidt, will give us a message via video.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I cannot be with you in person, but I'm pleased to contribute to this very timely discussion on artificial intelligence and its impact on the OSCE region and its security. The world has already entered the age of artificial intelligence. The use of algorithms, machine learning, and large language models already permeates all spheres of society. It already changed how we work, interact, share information, and learn. Yet the implications of artificial intelligence on our common security are yet to be fully understood or properly addressed. These include threats posed to cybersecurity, growing economic inequality through the widening digital divide, the use of autonomous weapon systems, and political disruption through the spread of disinformation. We have already seen the impact of malicious attacks in cyberspace, which have damaged critical infrastructure. Likewise, we have seen AI-generated content amplifying disinformation and hate speech online. This has a particular impact on youth, who represent the largest consumers of digital information and media. Similarly, the use of artificial intelligence tools by terrorists and extremists to spread propaganda, recruit new members, and plan attacks is an increasing concern. AI allows terrorist groups to circumvent content moderation techniques. Meanwhile, the use of autonomous weapon systems in conflict is on the immediate horizon, with major ethical and also security consequences. What is exacerbating these challenges is that artificial intelligence tools are still largely unregulated. Automated content is difficult to monitor, and legislation is lagging behind the pace of technological change. But in determining the impact of artificial intelligence on security, we must also appreciate its positive potential to contribute to fostering peace and security. Whether through enhancing media literacy in cyberspace, strengthening efforts to combat human trafficking, or improving digital skills, the advancement of artificial intelligence also presents opportunities. Opportunities that the OSCE is already helping states take advantage of. And to note maybe just a few examples. In cooperation with the representative of the freedom of the media, Ribeiro, we help states use artificial intelligence in preventing and countering violent extremism. This is done with technical capacity building, policy guidance, and awareness of good practices in the area of media and digital literacy. Always with a focus on youth inclusion, gender awareness, and human rights compliance. In the context of combat trafficking in human beings, we are working on a policy brief to guide policymakers in navigating the risks and opportunities presented by AI. We want to raise awareness among policymakers and law enforcement about how AI tools can be leveraged to combat the crime, such as using predictive analytics to identify trafficking or using machine learning algorithms to support the early detection of victims. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, the OSCE is implementing the Women Entrepreneurship Program to strengthen digital skills of women and girls, improve their entrepreneur capacities, and help bridge the digital divide. In Southeastern Europe, we have projects to foster entrepreneurial skills for youth, to create an ecosystem for innovative and green startups in the region. This helps youth and gives women the skills to thrive in economies dominated by AI technologies. Going forward, AI tools may present opportunities to help us identify and respond to risks posed by climate change. It could also give us techniques to enhance verification regimes for arms control treaties. But whether or not the development of artificial intelligence will have a positive or a negative impact on security within the OSCE largely depend on the willingness of states to cooperate and build the governance systems necessary to regulate this totally new area. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and you as parliamentarians can be a very important player in this effort. You can help ensure that your national governments support international cooperative frameworks on AI and help ensure that the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence prove more impactful than its challenges. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, distinguished experts, I'm pleased to welcome you all to Lisbon for this important and timely conference of the OSCPA. Firstly, I would like to extend heartfelt congratulations to the President of the Portuguese Parliament on his recent appointment and express sincere gratitude for his generous hospitality. A special acknowledgement is owed to Mrs. Paula Cardoso, head of the Portuguese delegation to the OSCPA, and her dedicated team for their tireless efforts in hosting us today. Paula, you have been the real engine behind this initiative, and I would like to commend your determination before this remarkable audience. I also extend gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for generously sharing their expertise and insights with us today. It is truly a pleasure for our Assembly to gather among these impressive walls for the second time following our 2018 Conference on Cybersecurity. As a matter of fact, I see this event as an excellent opportunity to follow up on our 2018 deliberations, taking stock of the latest technological developments and looking at new security challenges. The significance of our gathering cannot be emphasized enough, and the impressive number of members present today testifies just that. It shows our commitment to staying ahead of the curve in addressing emerging security challenges. AI's transformative power spreads across different security sectors, and it's crucial to keep up with the rapid advancement of AI technologies, which hold immense potential to reshape our societies, economies, and ultimately security landscapes. Understanding the multifaceted security implications of AI development and deployment is imperative, requiring concerted efforts to formulate effective policies across the OSCE region. This is why AI is a priority within our Assembly, as evidenced by the special debate on artificial intelligence, a technological breakthrough with security implications held during the last winter meeting on the 22nd of February by our General Committee on Economic Affairs, Science, Technology and Environment. Similarly, our ad hoc committee on countering terrorism has been looking very closely at the security impact of AI, including through several dedicated expert discussions, which will likely translate into innovative policy proposals in our upcoming annual session. This conference serves as a platform for advancing these initiatives, exploring key topics such as the regional impact of AI, safeguarding democracy and fostering development, and the role of national parliaments in AI's regulation. It is essential that parliamentarians play a pivotal role in shaping AI policies that strike a balance between innovation and security, guided by ethical principles and democratic processes. I firmly believe that the development and utilization of AI must be underpinned by ethical considerations and subject to robust democratic oversight, ensuring human control and adherence to the rule of law. Moreover, what we need are targeted education efforts implemented at local communities level, as well as effective private-public partnership aimed at preventing and addressing potential abuses of AI technologies. Ultimately, ensuring transparency, accountability, and respect for human rights must remain the priority. I have full confidence in our collective ability to confront these challenges through informed decision-making and international collaboration. I therefore encourage you all to actively contribute to all our discussions and exchange insights and best practices in this very important field. Thank you.
Good morning, Senhora President.
Good morning, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, Pierre Como, President of the Portuguese delegation with the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I am still from those times when HAL 9000 was science fiction. If you do not remember, HAL 9000 was a character from the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. A robot with a virtual intelligence that one day had its own will and decided not to respond to what was asked from him. He considered it was not in his interest. Challenges we face today in our societies are getting closer quickly to, in the past, was mere imagination. Several challenges caused by artificial intelligence, we are already identifying them. Others we still have not identified them. But it is true that all this happens quickly, very quickly, and there are deep changes in many areas of our daily lives. Therefore, it is urgent for parliaments to approach these matters in a good time, the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE decided to dedicate its second conference in Lisbon to the age of artificial intelligence. And this is also to be discussed or approached in the Budapest annual session. We are aware of how important these matters are to the mission, the core mission of OSCE, the dissemination of democratic values, of the rule of law, and of sustainable development. Today we'll have the opportunity to elaborate on this subject with the support of MPs, thinkers, scientists that can help us find some answers. I will contribute myself with a few questions to the reflection about three items. The first is a geopolitical one. We are witnessing a race of world powers to master knowledge related to AI. How far will this race have an effect on the evolution of the world order? Artificial intelligence applied to weapons like drones, as was mentioned, can achieve high efficiency levels at very low costs. This reality, being so easy to access, will it lead to an increased risks? How can the classical defense systems, the armed forces, adapt to this new reality? The second question is the regulatory nature. European Union took the first steps towards regulation with the application of the approval by the European Parliament in March of a regulation based on risk levels. The development of this technology should be made in a balanced, responsible, and transparent way. But to what extent will these limits be observed? Who will guarantee them? How will they be guaranteed? How much will this influence other countries, other organizations? And finally, the third question is of political nature. Public opinion in our societies is no longer led by the traditional media. It is now being molded by algorithms in an artificial intelligence system through the use, to a large extent, of the social media. This situation has led, for instance, to a limitation on the exercise of contradictory and empathy towards the other. Positions are more extreme, and the truth of one does not correspond to the truth of the others, or simply it does not even correspond to the facts, especially if in the public space we make an unlawful use of information by producing disinformation in order to achieve certain political goals. Therefore, how can democratic institutions deal with this situation? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a good work. I hope that by the end of this conference we will have more clear ideas about the implications of artificial intelligence in the safety of our societies. And I hope that whole 9,000, the real one, not the one of science fiction, will not have control over humans. But before closing, let me leave you with a word about Ukraine, where a lot of the questions raised before can be analyzed under the light of the conflict produced by the Russian invasion. The Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE will continue to support sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and Portugal will be in the front line of this support. We are aware of how relevant the work of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, and we will be very happy to welcome to Porto the annual session in 2025. Thank you.
Encerra-se assim.
And we close this first part of the opening session, and we are going to change those who are here in the panel. And in order to start our first session, I recall we have Arlindo Oliveira and then Jean-Marc Rickley, who will be online. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask you to kindly take your seats. As you can see in the program, we have not indicated a break in between the opening session and session number 1. So I may ask you to take your seats and put your attention towards the front of the room and our podium here. Distinguished delegates, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to the Parliament of Portugal for hosting us. This is, as has been already said this morning several times, an absolutely timely, super important conference. So I want to thank Portugal, the Parliament, our speakers today for coming together here. My name is Gudrun Kugler. I am the rapporteur of the second committee, and as all of you know, the second committee really deals with these issues, focusing on economy, environment, science and technology. I have focused in the last 3 years of my work as rapporteur very much on these issues, and for this year we have a special focus on artificial intelligence. So when we will see each other in Bucharest, you will see in my report a strong focus on these issues, and also in our resolution, the current draft resolution, ideas of how to deal with these issues. Now, people say that artificial intelligence alters our lives, exceeding the impact that internet had on altering our lives. All of us remember this. Now the impact seems to be even greater. This is due to an advancement in hardware and a breakthrough in deep learning. And in the OSCE PA, in the times of changes, I think it is our main task to stay protagonists of change in order to protect lives and the quality of lives of people and civilians. So in my report, I found one key principle for how to deal with AI, and that is that everything artificial intelligence offers and should do should be at the service of the people. And sometimes we are not sure in certain things that are offered whether that is now in service or actually more risky than of service. And the risks that we have seen are, for example, the risk of manipulation of facts, of thoughts, of the public debate, therefore of democracy, of key concern for OSCE and OSCE-PA. A risk we see is that sometimes we tend not to understand how deep learning works, how decisions are taken, and these decisions then impact our lives. A risk we see is surveillance and a sellout to large single players like China. Can we compete in the OSCE region? Maybe we can get better. And another risk we see is that wars are being transformed with new technologies. And I'm very proud of my own country that has just recently put together an international conference on behalf of our foreign ministry in discussing what kind of international treaties we will need in order to answer to the changes that are actually already on the way. So artificial intelligence has the power of transforming our lives, and we need to be in the driver's seat of change. We need to be protagonists as members of parliament. We need to ask ourselves, what does it mean for our region in all different fields? For example, what does it do to education? How much do we have to teach children that AI could do for them? But if they don't know how to do it, they will be mastered by AI. We cannot let that happen. We have to think about how can we deal with protecting democracy when there's such a risk of manipulation and you don't know if you're talking to a human person or a bot. Now, all of this together, just to lay out why it is important to talk about these things today here in Lisbon. We have for our session today, session 1, the focus on understanding what is going on and what will be the impact. The focus of what to do will then be in the afternoon. Understanding Artificial Intelligence. I'm very happy that we have two absolutely outstanding speakers in the field. This is a privilege for us to receive a comprehensive, condensed version of what we need to know as parliamentarians. And our first speaker will be Mr. Alindo Oliveira, followed by Mr. Jean-Marc Ricli, who is, you can already see him on the screen, with us via an online platform. Now, this session, unlike other OSCE sessions, has only two speakers, which means that there's a lot of time for you. And I really encourage you to take the opportunity of asking questions, saying what you would like to say, so that we can engage in thinking about this together. You might not find the same amount of time in the other sessions. So I will now give the time to the two speakers, 10 minutes each, and then I will give the floor to all of you. I would be happy if you could limit your interventions to, at the most, 2 minutes, and then the speakers will come back to answer your questions or maybe comment on your statements. So this we will wrap up in this 90-minute session. And I would now like to introduce briefly our first speaker, Mr. Alindo Oliveira, who is a distinguished professor of the Instituto Superior Técnico in Lisbon. He's also a professor at the Macau University of Science and Technology. He is the president of INESC, which is the Institute for Systems and Computer Engineering, Technology and Science. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering and computer sciences from UC Berkeley, and in the past he was a professor of IST, a visiting professor of MIT, and a visiting researcher at the University of Tokyo. You see, here we have a world-renowned expert. Thank you, Mr. Oliveira, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, new delegates, Chairman. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here. What I will try to do in the short time that I have is to try to give you some idea of what artificial intelligence is. We have all heard many things about AI, but I will try to give in somewhat simpler terms what artificial intelligence is. Of course, the original idea is well known, is the idea that we should be able to program computers to behave intelligently, although this is a somewhat circular definition. It's an old idea. It started in the 50s, even in the 40s, and has been developing for the last 80 years or so. But we have seen significant developments in the last decade that are relevant mentioning. So there are many things that are sometimes described or viewed as artificial intelligence. I usually tend to classify them in three big areas. Analytics, the idea that we can use intelligence to analyze data and extract value, economic value, scientific value from data. Automation, the idea that you can automate functions that are usually done by human beings. And for the lack of a better term, I call artificial general intelligence, which is a research field related with the idea that advancing AI in a way that it becomes closer and closer to human intelligence, eventually reaching the level of human intelligence or even surpassing it. So we have analytics, automation, and this specific field, which we can call AGI. And both, all of these areas raise significant challenges. Analytics, of course, with its ability to identify patterns, to identify patterns of behavior, raises a number of issues in what relates privacy. It also raises questions related with the creation of bubbles of information and the radicalization of opinions. We are all aware of this. Analytics is probably the largest area of application of artificial intelligence even today, even though it goes mostly undetected. When we use a search engine, when we use a social network, even when we go to a media page, analytics is, and of course when you go to a supermarket or when your behavior is analyzed by a telecommunications company, analytics is heavily used to understand your patterns of behavior, to understand what things are of interest to you, what things should be marketed to you. It's also useful in science, as you can retrieve new results and so on. But those two risks, the risk to privacy and the risk of creating bubbles of information, are two very significant risks of analytics. In a way, analytics does not replace human beings, because it analyzes data in a way that most of the times human beings would not have been involved if it was not for the application of analytics. Then we have automation. Automation is a different idea, a somewhat different idea, also based on data, of course, but it's the idea that you can replace human beings in many functions that are done by human beings. And this, you can imagine this in customer service, in driving, in medical diagnosis, in the legal profession. All of these professions are now being under attack in a way by AI technology. And this is mostly due to two technologies that have developed in the last 10 years. Technologies related with computer vision, in particular convolutional neural networks, and technologies related with language, in particular large language models. So, in fact, the two most significant human activities or human abilities that until about a decade ago we were not able to replace in any way were vision, our ability to see and understand, and language, our ability to hear and to write and to read and understand and process language. And those are exactly two abilities, vision and language, that are now being addressed. We are able to, computers are starting to be able to master these two things. And this is very important, because if you think our interaction with the world, although it involves more senses, but it's mostly through vision and through language. Those are the two ways we communicate with the world, are the two ways we get information and we communicate with the outside world. And so as computers start to make to be more proficient in vision and in language, both spoken and written, they are starting to, we start to be able to use them in many functions that used to require human beings. And this, of course, raises a number of interesting challenges, starting with the risk, with the challenge of employment or lack of it, unemployment. So we will reach a situation where so many functions have been automated that there will not be enough employment to go around for everyone. And also other risks like concentration of economic power, as larger and larger companies depend on less and less people to do their work. The largest companies of today employ only a fraction of the people that the largest companies of 40 years ago employed. And of course, all other issues related with biases, for instance, as you automate functions like candidate selection for treatments for university and so on. So those are the two. Related with these areas, there are also other technologies that are relevant. For instance, in a way, as you master vision and you are able to go from an image to a description of the image or understanding of the image, we were also able to design algorithms that reverse this process. So you go from a description of the image to an image, or even a description of a video to a video. So in a way, it's the opposite of vision. So also what the painter does, for instance, or a person that draws, and we were able to reverse this process of vision understanding, and with this we get to the ability to synthesize images and videos from prompts. And this, of course, raises a number of interesting challenges in security, especially, of course, we are all worried about misinformation, and that is certainly a challenge, although there is more and more evidence that misinformation may not be a problem as large as we expect, because people are very hard to convince even of real, truthful things, much less of wrong things. So people are simply hard to convince of anything, so maybe misinformation will be less effective than we fear and some people hope. But in terms of security, there is the real threat that actors can use artificial intelligence to fake phone calls, to fake texts to fake even videos, and this will represent probably the serious threat of artificial intelligence in the area of security, as social engineering can be used in a much more effective way by a much wider set of agents. Of course, artificial intelligence also has some advantages on the positive side. We can use artificial intelligence to detect threats, to identify dangerous actors and so on. So it will be a fight between the good side and the bad side. But probably the most serious threats that we will face with artificial intelligence in the security area is the ability of almost anyone to fake a convincing email, a convincing text message, or even a convincing phone call. And if you are aware of the number of attacks, for instance, the hello mother, hello father, very common attack where people receive a message supposedly from a son or a daughter, you can imagine how much more effective these attacks will become if you can fake a phone call or a voice message than a simple text. And so those are things that we should worry about. AI will certainly be a force used by the bad actors in a security environment. It will also be effectively used, or can be effectively used, in defending from attacks. And I finish, because I think I'm at the end of my time, I finish with another challenge brought by AI, and is very relevant in particular here, and which is the geopolitics challenge. We have to understand that right now the two big players in artificial intelligence are the United States and China. They are far ahead of Europe, even though Europe is trying to catch up. If you look at the 20 largest companies, technology companies in the world, only 2 are European, and none of them has a strong connection with this area. So we in Europe, we have to carefully balance our need to regulate and guarantee the rights of citizens and of people with our need not to be left behind as other powers move forward in developing artificial intelligence, in some cases without any respect for privacy and personal values, and in other cases pushed forward by the dynamics of a very competitive economy like the United States. I think Europe should not be left behind in artificial intelligence. I used to say that intelligence is a very different quality of any other quality. I mean, we are not the faster animals on the planet, not the strongest, nor the ones that fly higher. We are the more intelligent. So intelligence is a very particular characteristic that enables you to dominate the ecosystem, and Europe cannot be left behind with such a technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arlindo Oliveira. This was perfectly on time, and it was very, very interesting. Looking forward to discussing with you and the delegations on these matters. I shall now turn right away to Dr. Jean-Marc Ricli, who is the head of global and emerging risks and the founder and director of the Polymath Initiative at the Geneva Center for Security and Policy. Obviously, as already said, based in Geneva, Switzerland. He is also the co-chair of the NATO Partnership for Peace Consortium, Emerging Security Challenges Working Group, and a senior advisor for the Artificial Intelligence Initiative at the Future Society. He holds a PhD in International Relations from Oxford University, and in 2020 he was nominated as one of the 100 most influential French-speaking Swiss by the Swiss newspaper Le Temps. His latest book, very fitting to what we are discussing here, published by Georgetown University, is entitled Surrogate Warfare, the Transformation of War in the 21st Century. Jean-Marc Ricli, thank you very much for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hopefully so. Right. So I'm very sorry that I could not join you today. I'm actually in Asia with a topic that is related to what we're talking about today. I'm part of a 12-point dialogue between China, the United States, some European countries, and India about the risk related to AI. So in the next 10 minutes, I will talk about the security implications about AI. Do you see the slides?
Just give us one moment to reboot. Excuse me, Dr. Rickley, just 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Now we see the slides. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. So, I'm sorry, we had an issue with the computer, so that's why. Okay, I can see the slide. So next slide, please. So next slide. Yeah, next. Okay, so what I would like to talk about today is about the pace at which this technology is evolving. And this pace is exponential. And that's probably the most important picture that you have to keep in mind. Because once we are faced with exponential growth, we are wired as a human to think in linear terms. And so the more we infer the future, the more our inferences are actually beside what actually happens. Next slide, please. Right, so this is an example of exponentiality in terms of computing powers, in terms of data generation. Next, please. As you can see here, in 2013, about 8 years of video were uploaded on a daily basis on YouTube. In 2022, it was 82 years, and for the whole year in 2022, about 30,000 years of video were uploaded on YouTube. Next slide, please. So, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, as you can see here, you have growth patterns in different tasks. And what you have to understand here is that each of these tasks are a function that human beings are performing, be it language understanding, speech recognition, handwriting recognition. As you can see, there has been major improvement in the way algorithms have been working. Yes, next slide. So one of the first security implications of AI and risk is related exactly to this issue of data, because the amount of data that are being generated makes institutions and organizations and governments more insecure, because you have single individuals that could have access to an entire wealth of information. We had cases in the past with Edward Snowden, last year, a young member of the military that basically had access to military intelligence shared on Discord server. And also you can use this information to profile people, an entire population, as China is doing. Also, when you have ecosystem like this that develops, you have new applications that's developed. For instance, Ukraine has used an application that allows Clearview.ai that allows through taking a picture to identify the person who is on this picture. Next slide, please. This is something that was impossible before. Next slide, yes. The second issue, and this is something that is very important, especially for democracy, is the issue of subversion. Here you can see a technology called GANs, Generative Adversarial Networks, that was developed scientifically in 2014. And GANs is responsible for what we call deepfake. So these synthetic images that reproduces anything, and here individuals. You can see how fast the technology has evolved in a span of 4 years. By 2018, you had perfect, realistic pictures that were developed. Next slide, please. So if you click on this, if you just click on this video at the bottom left, this is the first deepfake video that was ever published on Reddit in December 2017. Unfortunately, this is coming from an adult movie video. So on this video, even though it's not playing, the face of the actress is not her real face, it's the Israeli actress Gal Gadot. Her face has been merged on the original actress. Next slide, please. And so what happened is that when that video was uploaded on Reddit, experts were asked how long it will take for this technology to proliferate. Experts said 1 to 2 years. Less than 18 months later, about 15,000 videos of deepfake had been found online, of which 96% are porn videos, where 100% of the victims are women, and they had been watched more than 130 million times. Next slide, please. So as soon as you have such ecosystem that develop, it can be used by pretty much anyone. Next slide. Pedophiles are using a AI generator to generate pictures, and last year a pedophile was arrested in Quebec. And on his computer, 60,000 videos of deepfake of original picture that had been stolen on a website like Facebook and other, where parents share the pictures of their baby or children, had been used to generate deepfake. Next slide, please. So, if you press on the video, you should have the video here of deepfakes that have been used in warfare. The first on the left was Zelensky, but that deepfake was not really credible. On the one in the middle, this is Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin here is calling for mass mobilization and introduction or martial law. That video of June last year led to some panic scenes in neighboring provinces of Ukraine in Russia. Next slide. And so, what is interesting here is that this is the video playing. Next slide, please. What is interesting here is that this technology has now developed and is being used. This was earlier in February this year. If you can click on this in this video, this is next slide, please. This is a video of France 24, and basically what he says here is that Macron, that was supposed to go to Ukraine earlier this year, did not go because the French secret services realized that the Ukraine were planning to assassinate President Macron. Obviously, it was totally fake. It was a fake, a deep fake that was created by the Russians. So you can see, in less than 10 years, we moved from not having this technology, because it did not exist 10 years from now, to very credible manipulation. Next slide. And so, next, the issue with deepfake is that it targets a key asymmetry in us human beings, because we all have psychological biases. Fake news and lies spread much faster and reach a much wider audience than truth. Next slide, please. The issue that we have now is that AI is learning from that, and has already reached a point where if you put people in front of deepfakes and true pictures of people, people will have more faith in this deepfake. Next slide, please. So last year, an experiment was conducted comparing medical recommendation received by a patient from physicians or chatbot. On the quality of the information, chatbot ranked higher, and they also did rank higher on empathy. And that is really transformative, because that means that if now machines are able to show more empathy than human beings, this opens the gates to a complete new set of manipulation techniques. Next slide, please. So, generative AI has been used to take a test of creativity, and GPT-4, the second version of ChatGPT, scored among the first percentile of the best person or entity that have already taken this test. Next slide, please. So deepfake, next slide, please, can be used in any type of context. You know, we are in a big election years in the US, but elsewhere, these pictures could show up on your feeds, and suddenly that could fuel, the argument of those contesting elections. Next slide, yes. Earlier this year, robocall impersonating President Biden had been already noticed in the primary for the Republican. Next slide. And this video of the Pentagon, where that has an explosion, was a deepfake. Next slide. And it was tweeted by a Bloomberg feed that does not exist, but Bloomberg does, and that led to a loss of 30 points on the S&P 500 last year. So multiple billion were wiped out from the stock market. Next slide. So next slide. Increasingly, you will see in the war in Gaza that kind of picture. This picture was made the front page to Libération. And next slide. And this picture is a deep fake of a baby. Next slide, please. And increasingly, we have to be accustomed to question the validity of the information. And that picture was already used last year for supporting the victim of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. And this is a tweet from Samantha Power, the former US ambassador to UN. Next slide. Next, yeah, we can pass this one. Next slide. Yeah, so with generative AI, experiments have been conducted where for $400, you can basically set up an entire press agency like Reuters or AFP and run articles 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on specific topic that, in that case, to next slide, to counter any criticism of your restaurant policy. Next, please. So next slide. With ChatGPT, there has been development also autonomous agents. So it's agents that are no longer just you. For ChatGPT, you insert prompts and you're basically interacting with the machine. An autonomous agent, you insert one prompt, the objective, and then it gives you, it understands the problem and gives you a strategy. And here, a few days after that happened, last April of last year, someone wanted the objective of destroy humanity, and what the algorithm did was basically to review the best way to kill humanity. This is through nuclear war, but for a chatbot to access nuclear weapons, impossible. The second best option then was to create chaos in society through this information, and that a chatbot can do. And suddenly, this chatbot started to set up a lot of different accounts and starting to diffuse information on social media. Next slide. So as you can see, this technology, especially generative AI, is very powerful. It can be used to create malware for people who have no understanding of coding. Next slide. And it can also be used for what we call weapons of mass destruction. Here, an experiment where drug discovery company using generative AI to discover a new chemical compound was tasked for an experiment to look for a compound similar to a chemical weapon called VX. And in 6 hours, that algorithm found about 40,000 new molecules, 2/3 of which were unknown and have not been used, are more lethal than VX. Next slide. That can also be used for pathogens. Is the issue that we are currently discussing here in Asia, where generative AI can be used to identify new pathogens and also where this pathogen can be synthesized. Yeah, next slide. And that obviously for any, yes, next slide, any expert in weapons of mass destruction is a growing concept. The last two issues are military robotic, because AI is not just in weapons, in digital, it increasingly translates into military robotics. Here, swarm are like a flock of birds, the idea of using lots of different units together. Next slide. This is very transformative on the battlefield. Next slide. And this is increasingly making its headway into the modern warfare. Next slide. Here you have the Shahid 136 that are delivered by Iran to Russia, and when Russia is starting to use them, you can see that it's contributing to switching off the light by targeting electricity infrastructure in Ukraine. Next slide, please. So increasingly, next slide, and you can pass this one, please. Next slide. These weapons also be used by non-state actors. ISIS was on a very user of this weapon that increasingly could rely in the future on AI. Yeah, next slide, please. And obviously, this is transformative because increasingly what we have to factor in, and you as a policymaker, is the agency of the technology. Increasingly, the machine has an autonomy on its own. Next slide, please. It was reported a few days ago that now in the US, it is possible to buy a robot dog equipped with a flamethrower, and it's not considered as a weapon. You know, imagine now that kind of tools that are now being used by anyone. This is quite transformative. Next slide, please. And the last issue that I would like to mention is subversion-free immersive technology. Yes, next slide. So increasingly, if you click on the image in the middle, you have a short movie of someone crossing the road, and he has an augmented reality virtual Google. This from Google that were commercialized earlier this year. So these goggles are equipped with eyes tracker that are able to track where the person is looking at. Next slide, please. And increasingly, these devices can be equipped with sensors that will monitor brain activity. Next slide. It turns out that Apple has submitted a patent last year of this earbud, and this earbud are not just allow you to hear some music, but they are equipped with 6 or 7 different types of sensors that will monitor your brain activity. Next slide. So by doing this, what you can do is you can understand, if you want, where the person is looking at and what kind of emotion she's going through. This is another level, if you want, of the manipulation. Yeah, next slide. That could be used for manipulation purposes. So we are entering more and more the issue of cognitive warfare. This is about controlling what and how people think. Next slide, please. And I will finish here, because what we are seeing now is a cross-fertilization between neuroscience and AI. Next slide, please. Increasingly, machines are able to read our brain activity and reconstitute what we are seeing or what we're reading. Next slide. This is ChatGPT. You show people a film, and below you see the reconstitution of what people are seeing. We have entered the era of mind reading. Next slide, please. Increasingly, earlier this year, Neuralink, Musk's company, has announced its first human trial, successful human trial, at the time, next slide please, of brain-computer interface, the ability to connect the brain with the machine. Next slide please. It was reported, however, a few days ago that something is going wrong with the patient. So increasingly, what we have, and policymakers have to take into account as well, is the issue of mental privacy, guaranteeing that no one could tap into our neural data as well as manipulating this data. Next slide, please, and should be the end. So we are evolving in this digital reality where we are interacting through computer. Increasingly, we will also be in an augmented reality. We are entering the era of brain-computer interaction, connecting the brain directly to the machine. Next slide, please. And this obviously has huge consequences for subversion. Subversion should be considered as equal as coercion in the future. It's the idea of not using violence to influence someone. Yes, next slide, please. If you want to know about that, you can have, next slide, you can have access to all these sources on our website as well. So the point of this presentation is to tell you that AI is bad, or this technology are bad. They have enormous potential for good, but they are dual use. And what we have to be careful of is that this technology can be repurposed for nefarious purposes, or can be used in a way that was not intended as when they were developed. This will lead this transformation, and the developments to enormous potential for good, but also all the data that are being generated can be used, and this can be used in different ways, and we can talk more about that in the question answer. And next slide should be finished by now. Sorry for running slightly more longer than the 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ricli. I think it was in the interest of everybody that I just let you go on, because this was very comprehensive and very useful for me, and I'm sure also for the other delegations. And we do have still a good amount of time. So thank you very much for your explanations and for all the details that you provided us with. I would now like to offer the floor to all of you present here. I would like to ask you to give me an indication of who would like to speak. I could make a speakers list. And I think it's a great occasion to have these two speakers here with us that you can ask direct questions. I can see already first hands up. This is the delegation of Spain. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Artemis Rayo. I'm from Spanish Parliament. I would first of all thank both speakers for their speeches, very interesting. And I want to talk just briefly about regulating artificial intelligence. It's true that this afternoon we will have a panel on regulating artificial intelligence, but I suppose the approach this afternoon will be more a political, a legal approach. But I think it's very important to know the techniques approach on regulating artificial intelligence. Many times it's a very opposed, a very different approach, techniques and legal approach. Then I would like to know about your opinion on the possibility of regulating from the global, regional or local approach limits to the artificial intelligence, how to focus the different challenge. The question of, in fact, if it's possible to regulate and limit artificial intelligence just in the local or regional level. You know, European Union has just adopted the artificial intelligence regulation. The Council of Europe is working on a new agreement on artificial intelligence. I would like to know about both opinions in general, but even in a more specific approach, if you want. Professor Oliveira has talked about two key words on the world of artificial intelligence that are language and image. Internet is just both things, words and image. And for me, it's especially scaring the use of image on the internet and by the artificial intelligence. I have a question. It's a simple question. It's not a sophisticated question, but can offer the dimension of how dangerous is a bad use of artificial intelligence. A simple question. How long it will take that we will be able to take a photo if we are walking around the street, to take a photo of someone, a person, and be able to identify personally this person with just taking this photograph. This would be the most intrusive way in our life. And my question, from a techniques point of view, is this one, and especially if it would be possible to limit this kind of actions for respecting and guaranteeing, of course, human rights and especially privacy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I have now 6 speakers on my list. Please keep indicating if anybody else wants to speak. The next one will be Norway, followed by the first Italian intervention. Finland is number 7 now on the list. But I think I will let 3 delegations speak, and then we come back to the speakers, and then the next 3. So now this is Norway, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for introductions. There were made several interesting points with regards to the employment and labor force issue that was raised in the beginning. With regards to that, we have had dwindling fertility rates for many years. And what we see is that AI and automation will maybe help us in that sense, because our labor forces are shrinking with regards to our pensioners, and that could be a solution. But that doesn't reduce the need for skilled labor anyhow, and that brings us over to the second point that was made with regards to where the concentration of high-tech companies are, in China and in the US. That also mirrors what kind of education system and what kind of emphasis we have had on education in Europe. So we need to train more technology experts. We need to train more experts within the rate of AI. And my question to the experts in that sense is, how do we do that? How do we go about that? That's going to take us 10 to 15 years to train the people that we need. That's part one. Part two, with regard to the swarming technology that was mentioned, that's quite interesting because that puts us that brings a larger debate to the field here. Because what we have done in the West in the last 20, 30 years is we have had a emphasis on high technology weapons. The Iranian drones are cheap. With swarming technology, they become very efficient. So our high-tech weapons with enormous cost meets cheap weapons with AI usage, and that also creates a lot of issues for us as high-tech countries. And I don't know how to go about that, but that's also a 20, 30-year span we need to look at this issue. The last thing is that with regards to surveillance systems, Mr. Rickley mentioned China as an example. What we know is China has exported all these systems to a lot of countries. A lot of African countries have them, Iran has them, and a lot of other countries use these systems actively to prosecute democracy fighters or even those who use their freedom of speech. These are issues that we are facing, and with regulations we could do something for that in our sphere of the world, but how do we counter all these moves? What kind of technology do we develop to counter all the misuse of AI? Thank you.
Thank you. Italy.
Thank you so much to both relators. The same question for both. Thank you for the scenario. And we have a problem now of which approach to adopt. In your opinion, is better an approach that create a ban, forbid something, or an approach that educate people? And if you answer both, what kind of sharing of these, and which sectors should be affected first? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would now like to give the floor to our speakers before we go back to questions from the audience. Would you like to begin?
Yes, so the first question, I think it was on the regulation of artificial intelligence and whether it should be pursued at a global, regional, or local level. I think the ideal situation will be if we had significant agreement in the world about how it should be regulated. I think we are very far from that. I think what we can do now is regulate at the bloc level, the European Union level, and so on. But of course that has limitations because we run the risk of regulating too much and making business easier to be developed elsewhere, and so we may stay behind. Or you may regulate too little and then don't have enough influence. I think I don't have a solution for this or a good proposal, really. My only view, which actually may be wrong, is that we should keep the dialogue channels open. By not dialoguing with our American friends, with our Chinese counterparts, by not having a dialogue, we are actually just making things worse. So when America decides, when the United States decides to move away from Europe in many respects, as may happen if results of the elections are a particular one, as we try to shun China from the international community, I think we increase the risk of the regulations not being weaker than they should be. I really don't have any good answer here, but I mean you are the politicians. As for the use of image, it's scaring. Yes and no in a way. I mean I think we are already in a situation where we cannot believe any text, image, sound, or video that we see. So that is basically the future. The systems will improve, the actors will use them in a worse way, and I think basically either we have some independent assessment of the veracity of a content, or else we cannot take for granted that an image is real. Because, I mean, that is already true, has already been true for many years. It was hard. It used to be hard to do one of these things well, right? I mean, people being erased from pictures and so on, that's very old. But you used to require significant resources, and that's no longer the case. As for identifying persons from photos, it's possible today. I mean, that is being done in China. It's violating already the privacy of people. We can, as I boarded the last two planes I boarded, I think coming here to Lisbon, I was identified by only face. I did not have to show my ID. So it was face identification at the gate. So that is possible today. How far we want to let that be used is an issue. The question, I think, was from Phil, and the threat of unemployment. I fully agree. I think especially in Europe, where we have an aging population and we have lack of human resources, I think the threat of unemployment is not as strong as the promise of of being able to use better the resources, the human resources we have. In particular in Portugal, where we have lack of an aging population and lack of highly trained human resources, the hope that we can use AI to increase productivity and improve the economy, I think, is a good one, and I'm more hopeful about that than worried about the threat of unemployment. As for the lack of trained experts, yes, it's a challenge. We need to. One thing, though, that is good is that AI lowers the level of expertise that you need to program or to create videos and images and so on. So there's also some good news is that as AI becomes a more useful tool, in some ways you need less expertise and more people can do some jobs. But you still need to have a reasonable number, a good number of highly trained experts on the technology that then develop and push it forward. As for the question, I think it came from AI, from Italy. Banning AI, I think it cannot be done. I don't think it can be done. It's not like banning nuclear weapons. You can control for nuclear weapons and so on. AI, anyone can develop AI. Any company, any service, any state can develop AI. You still need fairly big computers these days for the most powerful models, but even that is coming down. And I mean, you can use already existing models to do very serious applications. I don't think we can ban AI. We have to learn to live in a world where AI exists and where all these applications, the good ones, and also all the threats that my colleague showed so eloquently, and we have to learn to live in a world where AI is. And you may think that is, by looking at the sheer number of challenges that were shown here, that cannot be done. I'm a bit more hopeful. I think it can be done, but we need to take the right measures.
Thank you. Mr. Rickley.
Yes, thank you very much for your very insightful question. So on the issue of regulation, just first to respond to representative of Spain, whether we already have applications that are able to identify people. I showed you in one of the slides, Clearview.ai, that has been used in Ukraine by Ukraine, is doing exactly that. So an algorithm has been trained on all the pictures that could be found on the web, and they have created a portable intelligence agency. So these capabilities are there, and they are diffused. Now, on the issue of regulation, it is a very important debate. There is indeed a tendency to either ban or to let go. The issue here is to have a much more granular approach, because if you are banning, you are stifling innovation and you are losing this battle, as was already mentioned on several occasions during this discussion. It's a battle now between the United States and China, and Europe, sorry to say, has in a way completely missed the technological development in this field. So I think that you, as policymaker, you should adopt policies that do not ban this technology, do not ban the development of this technology, but regulate the uses of these technology. And some of this usage could be of concern. Now, when it comes to employment, obviously this will have tremendous impact. Up until ChatGPT and the boom of generative AI, I've been in several committees looking at the impact that AI would have on employment. And the mantra was that, those who were doing professions that are creative will not be at risk. But as I showed you in the presentation, now, if you're an artist, if you're a painter, if you're a writer, you are the first to be at risk. So this will have enormous impact on the structure of the labor force. And it could be that actually a plumber will be much more secure than someone like me who spent his time reading and analyzing how things develop. And that will also imply that increasingly AI, as I tried to show, is also moving into robotics. And we are starting to see the same exponential growth in physical systems. Robots increasingly being able to perform tasks that will only be possible by human in the past. So that will require to train, reskill probably a large chunk of a population. That will also require to adapt our educational system. In terms of the question from Rowan, concentration of power and the tech expert, well, actually, Europeans are quite good at developing AI, an AI system. The issue is that most of them end up in the United States and increasingly now also end up in China. And so this is a major issue. And a major issue that Europe is facing, because we have the intellectual skills. The issue is our innovation policy, industrial policy, that is not conducive to the same kind of development that we can see in the US or in China. On swarming, this is, as was rightly pointed out by the representative of Norway, a major issue, because swarming saturates your enemy's defense system. If you look at what happened in Israel when Iran attacked Israel a few weeks ago, the idea here was to saturate the enemy's defense system. And even though the Israelis have good air defense system, when you suddenly launch more than 300 missiles, it's very likely that some will get through. So this is the first part. The other issue is the cost issue, because some of these missiles cost multi-million, whereas to the anti-air defense missile cost multi-million for some of them, whereas the drones that were used and some of the missiles are very cheap. And so you have an asymmetry between the attacker and the defender. Apart from that, swarming also leads to real issues in terms of this technology that could diffuse to non-state actors, and the holy grail for those working in swarming is what we call emerging properties. If you've seen the movie Transformer, that's basically what it is all about. You take different units together, and out of the aggregation of this unit, you create something that has more capabilities than the sum of its parts. Right now, it is still in fundamental research state, but that's, if you want, the holy grail of swarming, and companies like DeepMind from Google are heavily researching in that. Now, in terms of China and Chinese control system, that was also a question from the representative of Norway. The social scoring system of China is not being just transferred to countries in Africa. It turns out that Serbia has adopted the same system. Why? Because basically the Chinese are providing the system for free, but the data are proprietary to the Chinese government because they are training the algorithm on a different type of ethnicity, in the case of Serbia, Caucasian. And so this creates, issues for the future, because data are keys. And as I tried to show you in my presentation, it's not just digital data that are very important, but increasingly we are also collecting biodata through DNA. For instance, during the COVID-19 crisis, the Chinese were the first to develop a vaccine. They also provided lab, and this lab were conducting DNA tests. And by doing that, they are also gathering DNA data that they store. And increasingly, with development in neuroscience, neurodata will also be developed. And so data is key, because once you can use these different data and cross-fertilize them, you can basically get insights that we'd never be able to have without this data. I'm stopping here.
Thank you for this first round of answers. I will now take all the other delegations that wanted to speak and close the speakers list. Is there anybody else? No? I know that you did, but nobody else. So we have a speakers list. That is now Italy, followed by Germany. Please, Italy.
Grazie Presidente. Permetto di parlare in italiano, lingua ufficiale di questa Assemblea. Un caloroso e commosso ringraziamento alla collega Paola Cardoso, splendida ospite in questo affascinante contesto che trasuda di storia, diritti, democrazia. Consentitemi una nota personale, per me motivo di orgoglio e anche oggi in questo edificio, sede del Parlamento.
And the headquarters of the Portuguese Assembly. In 2000, I actually was here with the Erasmus program, and I published a thesis of the entry of Portugal in the EU. Today I'm here as MP, as well member of the OSCE, and we know that after the Second World War, our countries could publish and sign this agreement of the OSCE. Today we live difficult times with conflicts, several wars, and the PA is a democratic tool of cooperation that should go on fighting for these values in order to overcome challenges, in order for member states to legislate appropriately in the balance and always respecting individual rights. So this challenge that we face is a new border that concerns us all. We started working on this subject. Italy has already adopted a decree, and as well as you know that the European Union has already approved some rules about artificial intelligence. And the Council of Europe last week has adopted a treaty on artificial intelligence, and this witnesses the support that we are giving member states. And as members of the Committee of Counterterrorism Committee, and with the help of Pia Kalma, we work together in order to fight against terrorism, trying to establish guidelines in order to frame the technology, the use of technology, the respect for freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of entrepreneurship, values of justice, freedom, dignity, and respect for the rule of law. This issue of artificial intelligence is related to cybersecurity, and our duty is to have guidelines, to have good governance. So, we have to ensure the respect of the individual rights and limit the risk. So the cooperation should be based on resilience in the cyber security space where we can trust each other. based on principles and norms of international law. I'd like also to underline the fundamental role of the MPs in terms of elaborating or legislating in this matter, and I'd like to thank all the efforts by this Parliamentary Assembly who has been fighting for our security, including the good usage or ethic usage of artificial intelligence. Following a meeting that took place in Vienna during winter last about the technological developments within security, that took place in Vienna, like I said, and following another ad hoc committee dedicated to counterterrorism, fighting against counterterrorism, and following the discussions during this winter meeting, and following these works, we would like to present you a resolution to give our support to our member countries, and this is extremely important. This is important that the PA and the ad hoc committee that I referred are extremely important in terms of respect for rights within this very difficult context. Thank you very much for your listening.
Look at the time, otherwise not everybody can speak. Germany.
Yeah, thank you, Gudrun, and also thank you to the Portuguese members for hosting us in this picturesque chamber of the Senate. Thank you to the speakers that they lined out to us the threats and opportunities of AI, which was very interesting for me also. The topic is a buzzword right now. Alone last week in Germany we had several meetings and conferences about AI, but in many other organizations too. You mentioned the European Council, but also the EU is working on regulations and guidelines. I was in Paris in April at the OECD, not OSCE, but OECD, and they're also working on guidelines and principles. And my question now to the speakers is who should take the initiative, who should synchronize all these efforts so that we don't go in different directions and have different guidelines all over, but that it's an effort that is somehow coherent in itself. And also I think it's very important when we make regulations, as my Italian colleague pointed out, that we should not overshoot the target and start interfering into fundamental rights in freedom of expression, freedom of science, freedom of speech, but rather identify those critical points that are important to be regulated, but in other cases leave it up to education and also the self-enlightenment of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. UK, John, you are next.
Thank you, Gudrun. And can I too thank our Portuguese hosts and our two speakers in the session this morning. As you may know, the UK hosted the AI Safety Summit last year at Bletchley, where computing began, and the follow-up conference starts in Seoul in South Korea tomorrow. Now, as part of that, our Prime Minister highlighted today the development of an AI analysis tool which will mean that women's breast cancer scans can be analysed 1,000 times faster and much more accurately, and that is going to benefit potentially millions of women. Equally, we've heard from Dr. Rickley some of the negative aspects in the way in which AI can be deployed. Now, one of the debates we've been having is where you have generative AI foundation models which can be applied for a vast range of purposes. We want to encourage innovation. We want to allow small niche companies to develop things like the breast cancer screening application, but equally we need to make sure that bad actors who are going to use the models for some of the negative aspects which Dr. Rickley highlighted, we need to make sure that they are not given access. And the debate therefore comes down to open source and whether or not we should allow the fundamental foundation models to be available to anybody who wants to use them, or whether we need to put controls to make sure that they are not used for purposes which we would be very anxious to and keen to prevent. And that is, I think, one of the most difficult aspects. How do you balance the need for innovation against the need for safety? And that's something which we are debating. I think we will debate at the Safety Summit, but I'd be interested to hear from our two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last delegation is Finland.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, the Portuguese hosts. My name is Ville Skinnari, Finnish Member of Parliament, and my question is actually very simple. We all know that the whole rules-based world is in crisis, and so are the entities. And now here we talk about the regulation, we talk about the rules. We've learned on the history of technology, like in Finland, that how we governed the GSM, the 5G, that we really wanted to be technology neutral. We really wanted the best ones to win. But now having the dual usage, for instance, as a challenge, i.e. military, civil sectors, how we handle, let's say, the superpowers and their strengths as far as Europeans as we are. And of course, we've seen that the research and development is a key, where the largest AI investments for R&D are being made. Those are the leaders, i.e. United States, China. So my question is that how we really approach the global regulation, having the crises of these entities, ITU, for instance, WTO. So which ones should be the drivers of this force, and what kind of a role the OSCE could and should play as a navigator as far as the foreign and security policies?
Thank you so much to the delegation of Finland. Now, to use the rest of our time, I would like to first give the floor to Mr. Rickley, then to Mr. Oliveira. I would ask you to stick to 3 minutes, at the most 5, because we have things to come. What do we have to come? A family photo and a coffee break, so do not run away now. But before I give you the floor, I would also like to add a question, and that is very much building into what we have already heard. Do you think it is actually possible that we win this race, that we can stay in a driver's seat, that we are the ones to regulate, that we as MPs or we as an OSCE region can actually stay on track, or are we being overrun? What will we need to do not to be overrun? And speaking of deep fake, if AI is to be at the service of people, with deep fakes, I do not see much that could be of service. Just a tiny aspect. Everything else is a terrible danger. I understand that we cannot prohibit AI, but can we not prohibit the development of things and the use of things where we do not see a use that is of service and only a use that is extremely dangerous and manipulative? Mr. Rickley, the floor is yours.
Right, I'll try to be brief. For the question from the representative of the UK on, yes, it could be used for good screening breast cancer. This is fantastic, of course, and we should encourage that. At the same time, you can also manipulate these things. As a matter of fact, the Israeli did an experiment in 2019 already, where they hacked a medical imagery center and they deepfake MRI pictures of brain tumor and then show them to radiologists. 99.9% of radiologists were fooled by the modification. The point I'm making here is that what is very difficult is to come up with a regulation that will encourage innovation while at the same time preventing the malicious and misuse. I didn't have the translation on, but I think I got what the representative from Italy was saying was about maintaining some key principle of freedom and open access. And here, my concern is that on some issues, information now becomes a tool and a weapon. I have been working a lot on terrorism and counterterrorism. I spent some time in the Middle East looking at what ISIS was doing. When faced with people like ISIS or previously the sect Arm Cherokee that did the sarin attack on Tokyo. We absolutely don't want these people that are millenarists, so they are ready to die for their cause, to have access to some of this technology. And the issue that we're seeing now, this is basically what we're discussing, for instance, here in Asia, with China and the United States and some European and Indian countries. For instance, the merging between AI and synthetic biology. The ability of generative AI to come up with new pathogens. For instance, it is impossible in nature to have a pathogen that is highly viral and highly lethal, because if it's highly viral, it kills the host before it kills the host before it can spread. Well, it could be possible, though, with a machine to design a pathogen that has these characteristics. So you can see that if that information becomes not available to more people, right now, it is still restricted to a very small number of people. But if this technology and the access to information increases, then we might have a problem. So the issue is obviously not to cut freedom of expression of research, but it's just that we have to be aware that there is information that now has the power to be weaponized. And therefore, to answer the question of the representative of the UK, I think what we should be very careful of is to stop the development model of Silicon Valley, move fast, break things, by putting security first through the concept of security by design. We should encourage innovation that promote security. In some of these systems, we should even think about having kill switches. If the technology gets out of control, we should be able to basically just kill the problem. So the issue of regulation is very high on the agenda, but regulation is also very much geopolitical. And as you said, there is a lot of buzzwords on AI and the regulation. I've been involved with the government group of experts at the UN since 2015 that discusses whether or not we should come up with a ban on lethal autonomous weapons system, killer robots. And I can tell you that we'll never get a ban now, because this technology is so powerful, there is no interest in doing that. And on the top of that, what we are saying is that because this technology is so powerful, regulation is also becoming a weapon, and norms development is becoming a tool of a geopolitical power. This is why now major actor wants to try to do that. Europe has been doing quite well, the EU, in developing regulation. The issue, though, is can you be only a regulatory superpower if you don't have the technology? And to answer the question of the moderator, have we lost the war already? I think this race, in terms of technology, I don't see how Europe could actually not compete with the US or China. Europe is still competing on the regulatory level. The question is, and it remains open, whether it will be enough to guarantee an important position for Europe. I'm stopping here.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveira.
It's not easy to be optimistic after what has been shown here, especially by our colleague, and thank you very much for that. But still, I think I keep trying. The colleague from the UK has referred that there is indeed a number of very significant advantages by using artificial intelligence, for instance, in medical image analysis. I mean, we can make it much more accessible to do monitoring and to do a number of medical procedures that are expensive, and we don't have enough specialists today. And that is also true in other fields. We can have personalized teachers, personalized assistants for our students. We can lower the number of people that are needed in many jobs. So I think we should also view the positive sides. Naturally, we are focused on the risks, and that's normal, because that's first it's human nature, and also it's our job to be careful with the risks that any technology can bring. But I think on balance, I'm still optimistic that AI has the potential to bring more benefits than risks. The technology is inherently dual use, as are many technologies. I mean, computers are dual use. Certainly, nuclear is dual use. Even electricity is omni-use, is certainly dual use. The characteristic with artificial intelligence that is different from other technologies is that the entrance barrier is very low. So any state, any group can actually use artificial intelligence and develop with a fairly small number of experts. You don't need billions to create new drones, new applications, new viruses, and so on. And that is the challenge, that we are lowering the entrance barrier for hostile actors. But it's also a reason why for instance, I don't think we can prohibit the development of autonomous weapons in Europe, because then we'll be at a disadvantage against other blocs, countries, terrorists that decide to use that. So I think in a way, and Pedro Domingues is well known for this position, he's a well-known researcher in AI, he says that, I mean, the biggest risk now is artificial stupidity, where our systems are not smart enough to counter the risks. Can we prohibit some uses, it was asked. I think we can prohibit some uses, but we have to understand that prohibition only goes up to a point, because the technology is there. Not only the technology has been published, the source code is available, the drones are available, the DNA synthesis methods are available. So we can prohibit certain uses within the European Union for sure, but we have to be prepared for the situation where other blocs, other people, other organizations will not follow that prohibition. As for the crisis of global entities, I'm not at the position to say whether that crisis is deep, is real, is apparent, or so on. But I think we have, that's my only answer for a very difficult question, I think we have to try to keep the world a single world. By dividing the world in two halves or in 3/3 or whatever, it's not going to help us having regulation that is applicable worldwide. So whenever we defend measures that break the world in two halves or more parts, I think we are taking steps to make things more difficult, because there will be less dialogue between the parts. The technologies will evolve separately, and whatever warranties, whatever restraints we have in place in some places will not be obeyed in other places. So that's why our suggestion is a difficult one. Let's keep the world a single world and not a multipolarized world. Thank you.
That's a very good last sentence for our session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear from many of the statements of the delegations that you are very interested in talking about how to regulate, what to do. We will have more time on this question in the subsequent panels, especially in the afternoon. Now it's time first to say thank you to our incredible speakers. Both of you, Mr. Rickel, Mr. Oliveira, this was great. I think all of us leave the session very much enlightened. Thank you, and let's give them another round of applause. We will now gather for the family photo. You leave the room here, go to the left to the main staircase. Let's go now and stick together so that we do not miss anyone. Thank you for your attention and have a nice coffee break.
I guess we are ready. So, dear colleagues, my name is Lucia Potůčková from Czech Republic. I'm the chair of the OECD Parliamentary Assembly of the Committee on Democracy, Human Rights and Humanitarian Questions. It will be very difficult for me to follow after Gudrun in moderating the discussion, because she was brilliant and I thank her for her inspiration how to do that, because this is my first moderated session. So wish me luck. Now let's start. Distinguished guest speakers, fellow parliamentarians, dear colleagues. First of all, I echo the previous speakers in warmly thanking the Portuguese Parliament for generously hosting this timely conference. Today we engage in an important discussion centered around the theme protecting democracy and promoting development through artificial intelligence. We have four speakers in our list. We must be very effective because I think this will be a really interesting and important topic. I will introduce each speaker continuously before each of her or his speech. And first of all, I start with my introductory speech and then I give the floor to our speakers. It is with great pleasure that I kickstart our next panel discussion, recognizing the vital role that technological advancements driven by artificial intelligence play in shaping democracy and democratic processes. I would like to begin with a quote from renowned theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking. "Success in creating AI would be the biggest event in human history. Unfortunately, it might also be the last, unless we learn how to avoid the risks." We are all acutely aware of the multifaceted nature of AI, its potential to enhance democratic processes, as well as the challenges it presents. In this regard, I am delighted to welcome our guest speakers, whose insights and expertise will provide us with greater understanding of the complexities of this important topic and foster meaningful debates among us. Dear colleagues, artificial intelligence can hold immense potential to enhance democratic processes, as it offers us a wide variety of tools for more efficient governance, improved decision-making, and stronger citizen engagement. For instance, AI can serve to streamline the bureaucratic processes, making government operation more efficient and transparent. AI-powered analytics can provide us policymakers with vast amounts of data that can aid evidence-based policymaking and facilitate more informed decision-making. AI can also help us navigate the complex maze of legal regulations and identify duplicates and obsolete legislation, which I, as a legislator, really appreciate. Citizen participation can be bolstered through AI technologies, as people can engage through digital platforms with their elected representatives, contributing to more inclusive and responsive governance. And AI can be leveraged in various ways to enhance civic education and promote media literacy, fostering a more informed electorate. Evidently, AI holds great promises, but it also brings significant challenges. One major concern is how it could worsen existing inequalities and deepen societal divides. As AI systems are developed and put into action, there is a real risk of them carrying forward biases ingrained in data they are trained on, which can lead to greater social inequalities. AI can excel at influencing the human mind and manipulating public opinion, particularly political campaigns during election procedures. Moreover, the way AI algorithms work can be quite secretive, making it hard to hold anyone accountable and transparent, which is crucial for democratic principles. The rise of AI-powered surveillance technologies is equally alarming. Governments and big companies are increasingly using AI to monitor people on a large scale, which has raised serious questions pertaining to privacy and civil liberties. Colleagues, given these highly complex dynamics, our role as parliamentarians, especially within international fora, is crucial. We bear the responsibility to understand the intricacies of AI technologies and their implications for human rights and democracy, particularly for the constituents we represent. It is imperative, therefore, that we remain actively engaged in informed discussions and collaborative efforts at the international level, as we are gathered here in Lisbon today. Our third committee on democracy, human rights and humanitarian questions has also considered the implications of AI, This critical matter will be addressed in the forthcoming resolution of the committee, which will be up for the adoption at the upcoming Bucharest annual session. This only underscores the significance we are placing on addressing the impact of AI on our democratic principles and human rights. On a concluding note, let me once again reiterate that it is vital that we continue to engage in informed dialogue and collaboration at the international level. This is especially crucial given the transnational nature of AI's impact and the necessity for international cooperation. By doing so, we can collectively shape policies that promote the responsible development and deployment of AI, develop AI risk frameworks, and establish a platform for global interoperability between jurisdictions, all while safeguarding democratic principles. Thank you very much. And with this said, I'm happy to introduce our speakers. So let's start with Dr. Sarah Spiekerman. She is the chair of the Institute. Let me introduce your short bio. Is the chair of the Institute for Information Systems and Society at Vienna University of Economics and Business since 2009. She is a well-regarded scientist, author, speaker, and advisor on digital ethics, and she has co-authored US-EU privacy regulation and worked as an expert and advisor to companies and governmental institutions, including the EU Commission and the OECD. Thank you very much, Sarah, for accepting the invitation and to be here with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that the debate about AI and its security impacts stays with anecdotes and examples, deepfake, perhaps something like that, or futuristic potentials that to me as a scientist sound a little bit like a fictionary reading of scientific results. At the same time, I think what we really miss is, in all of this complexity, a really sound situational analysis. And I would like to present you a quote from the Chinese philosopher, war philosopher, Sun Tzu. The general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple before the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes few calculations beforehand, or perhaps just looks at a few examples. Thus, many calculations lead to victory and few calculations to defeat. It is by attention to this point that I can foresee who is likely to win and to lose. I'm just wondering, has anyone ever done a proper situational analysis of the security threat coming from AI? And done that against the background of what security actually is, which is the inability of AI systems to affect nations, organizations, and individuals in an undesirable way. The first questions that I think should be asked, and I'm wondering who asks them, is, first of all, who are actually the generals here? Who are the attacking originators that affect whom? Who's the target? Is it indeed specifically nations, organizations, individuals? And what kind of effect are we actually talking about? And what can we do about this would then be a nice answer to have. I think these questions should be pretty obvious, and still the questions we ask is to what extent a deep fake may be possible, and perhaps whether we can compromise the integrity of a large language model. So what is really important, and one thing that concerns me, is why? Why do we actually not ask those absolutely obvious questions? Why do we stick with a lot of propaganda? And this is going to be a major aspect of my talk. But of course, if I have to speak about AI security, what do I mean by AI anyways? And let me discern here, a little bit in line with my pre-speakers, two kinds of AIs, which I coin the influencer AIs and the autonomous actuators. The influencer AIs are the massive AI-based influencer machinery evolving around and being turboed by large language models, but they also drive, most importantly, social media. The second kind of AI are autonomous actuators. For example, the AI-based weapon platform called Lavendel, used in Gaza to calculate the likelihood of a man being a part of Hamas, and then killing everyone around this person with another AI called Where is Daddy? I tend to say I would rather want to focus now on the influencers AI. The military forces must debate, of course, the degree of autonomous function allocation in weapon systems and deal with the security threat fueled by the use of such weapons or autonomous actuators. Because the use of such AIs, autonomous actuators, is just one aspect of the drama. The very big challenge comes from this David against Goliath story being literally pushed across the internet to millions and billions of radicalizing internet accounts. In other words, I see as much of a threat coming from the massive AI-driven influence machinery that was born years ago. We must not forget that our first contact with AI, also massive contact with AI, was really when social media was born. First contact was when social media and so-called personalized data management platforms started to allow any entity to simply pay for what it wants to be spread massively through the internet, potentially supported by billions of fake accounts. So I just want to give you a notion of the numbers here. On data management platforms, every single one of us in this room would be characterized on the basis of at least 60,000 attributes that are updated in real time. And this personalization and automated engine is then used to drive internet and social media traffic, but not real people initially, but fake accounts. And let me give you a number of the fake accounts. The Meta Transparency Report of last year reported that alone on Facebook, Meta had to delete 1 billion fake accounts a quarter. So what we actually see happening is that we have a massive influencing AI machinery that drives all of our own attention. Influencer AIs have knowingly supported the election of Donald Trump, the Brexit, and many of the colorful revolutions we are seeing across the globe. Yeah? They, I believe, drive massive footfall on our streets. Note that I do not use the word demonstration or citizen engagement here, but the marketing term footfall, which is defined as the number of people who visit a physical store or location after they have been exposed to content that told them so. Influencer AIs are driven by an untransparent system of interconnected parties trading so-called futures in human behavior or citizen footfall that destabilize our democracies and institutions. So from a security analysis perspective, the target of attack is in fact any of us. Any of us is a target who is exposing him or herself to social media which inform us about something we then happen to care about. A deepfake. But who are the attackers then? Also, who are the originators that affect whom through AI and for what reason? Here I would like to share another quote from Sun Tzu. It's not working well. It won't let me do it. So, the quote is, "The wise leader subdues the enemy's troops without fighting. He takes his cities without besieging them. He overthrows his kingdom without extensive operations in the field." In other words, the wise attacker destabilizes the enemy. They destabilize the cities and kingdoms, and so Europe falls without the destabilizers ever going to war effectively. But who are the destabilizers? Now, one might say, yeah, we know that. That's the Russians and the Chinese. And perhaps that's part of the problem, but let's not forget that the biggest destabilizing forces in the Trump and Brexit case were coming from within. Many attackers on our system are all those in our system who are not happy about the system. And these are many. So one of our ultimate goals for peace and for AI design must be to appease those who are unhappy right in front of our eyes in our own organizations and in our countries, to regain harmony, to work on what is good, to reduce the ubiquitous spread of hate, to take the wind out of the sail of those who hate the system. And this must be our goal. And let me now finish with the way I do this in my daily work is basic by promoting value-based engineering. Let me finish with a final quote from Sun Tzu. "A wise attacker is one whose opponent does not know what to defend, and a wise defender is one where the opponent does not know where to attack." Right now, the destabilizers know very well where to attack. They just take the powers of data management platforms combined with social media. And so our own way to stop this incredible disruption of our democratic societies in light speed, is to do one thing. We have to break the power of the social media networks. We have to break that power, which means that we have to somehow, I'm not saying that we stop using any of that technology, but we have to re-regionalize it, we have to demonopolize it, we have to have clear name authentication on those networks, create accountability and regain control over information flows. If we don't do that, if you don't do that, we'll just be part of a devastating wave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. That was really deeply concerning. I would nearly say it's scary, but I think it's really important to face the true and real data so we could prepare for that, especially for your final words about the social media and their impact. As a mother of two teenagers, I can definitely say how important it is. And now we move on to the next speaker, who is Mr. Christian Bartholin. He holds an MA degree in law from the University of Copenhagen. He currently serves as the head of the Digital Development Unit and the secretary, and he is also the secretary of the Committee on Artificial Intelligence of the Council of Europe. Before he joined the Council of Europe team, he held positions in the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry for Refugee, Immigration and the Integration Affairs, as well as the Asylum Department and International Affairs Department in the Danish government. Please, Mr. Bartholin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the OSCE and the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly for the invitation to speak today. It is a great honor for me to address you on the topics of security in the age of artificial intelligence and on the topic of this particular session on how to protect democracy and promote development through artificial intelligence. These are topics which largely revolve around our ability to harness new and emerging digital technologies for the good of society, to further innovation and growth without compromising our rights and the basic ideas around which our societies are built. The last couple of years have witnessed a truly impressive increase in the capacities of artificial intelligence systems and a just as impressive democratization of the technology. Anyone with access to a computer or a smartphone, for that matter, can make use of various forms of AI systems, such as large language models or other forms of generative AI, and create content. AI comes with great promise for innovation in science, in education, in healthcare, in business, in administration, and it is likely to revolutionize how we interact and communicate with each other. But AI also comes with a darker side. It may be used to undermine democratic processes, including by spreading lies and fake news. It can be used for surveillance purposes, to control the population and marginalize any political protest. It may be biased in decision-making and lead to breaches of human rights. Let me underline that it is not the technology per se that poses these problems. We should not fear the algorithms, but we should be wary of how and in which context they are being developed and used. Therefore, the Council of Europe, in close cooperation with its like-minded partners in Europe and beyond, and that includes, of course, the OSCE, has elaborated a new framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy and the rule of law. In 2019, the Council of Europe set up a committee to examine the need and feasibility of regulating AI in international law. This committee, which was called CAHAI with an acronym, issued a feasibility study in 2020, concluding that such a need indeed existed. In 2021, the CAHAI also issued a document outlining the main elements that could be included in a legally binding treaty on AI and human rights, democracy and the rule of law. In 2022, the CAHAI was replaced by a new committee on AI, now called CAI, which was instructed by the Committee of Ministers to establish an international negotiation process for the purpose of elaborating inter alia a legally binding treaty on AI. On the 14th of March 2024, so not such a long time ago, the CAI successfully finalized the negotiations of a draft framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy and the rule of law. In addition to the member states of the organization, Argentina, Australia, Canada, Costa Rica, the Holy See, Israel, Japan, Mexico, Peru, the United States of America and Uruguay all participated in the negotiations. From our own side, as you know, we have also a parliamentary assembly, and this parliamentary assembly made an important contribution through its representative in the CAI, Mrs. Eversdottir, who will speak later today. The European Union also, of course, participated on behalf of its member states, as AI, due to the AI Act, is a European Union competency. and around 70 representatives of civil society, industry, academia, and international and regional organizations also contributed to the shaping of this new treaty to make the process as participatory and inclusive as possible. The treaty has been adopted by the Committee of Ministers on the 17th of May 2024, so last Friday, and will be open for signature and ratification in Vilnius, Lithuania on the 5th of September 2024. It is our hope that this, the world's first international treaty on AI, will in due time become the global standard for regulating the development and use of AI systems in human rights, democracy, and rule of law sensitive contexts. The principles contained in the Framework Convention are applicable to both public and private sector AI systems. These principles include respect for human dignity and individual autonomy, transparency and oversight, accountability and responsibility, equality and non-discrimination, privacy and personal data protection, and the last one is reliability and safe innovation. The Framework Convention does not create new human rights specific to AI, but it ensures that all existing human rights will also prevail in situations where an AI system is involved in taking or informing decisions. The Convention also obliges parties to provide for the possibility of issuing moratoria or bans on AI systems which constitute threats to human rights or democracy and the rule of law, and where these threats cannot be mitigated in any other way. Finally, I have to also, of course, say that this new convention is not applicable to purely military uses of AI systems, as such military uses fall outside of the mandate of the Council of Europe. But these are, as you know, also dealt with in other contexts, such as United Nations, where the laws process is ongoing in Geneva. The challenges that the AI technology poses to society cannot be meaningfully addressed at domestic or even regional levels only. To be efficient, there must be a global legal framework creating a level playing field for all relevant actors across regions and providing for international cooperation. This is exactly what the Council of Europe's Framework Convention offers. It is often alleged that regulation constitutes a hindrance for technological innovation and the resulting economic growth. This is, however, manifestly not the case if the regulation in question is sufficiently targeted and calibrated. On the contrary, such regulation may rather improve the chances of economic growth because it favors responsible innovation and allows for societies to make use of the technology without having to fear unintended consequences in the form of abuse and misuse by the state or by a private entity. We are facing a digital divide globally, and the uneven access to AI technology across the world's various regions, as well as the uneven protection against abuse and misuse, makes this problem even more important to address now and in the future. It is our aim with the Framework Convention to contribute to the bridging of this divide. Let me end this presentation by underlining my belief that new and emerging digital technologies, such as AI, will ultimately prove to be of benefit for humanity. AI technology offers economic and scientific development to societies across the globe. But as humanity, we must at the same time beware of the temptation to uncritically rely on the technology. Above all, we must not let ourselves be seduced by the capacities offered by the technology. AI technology, used responsibly, benefits us. Used irresponsibly, it may contribute to undermining our human rights, democratic processes, and the rule of law. In short, our security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Bartolin. And the next speaker on our list is dear Irene Charambidis. She is the head of the Cyprus delegation to the OSCE PA and serves as a vice president of the Assembly since 2021. She currently serves as the chairperson of the House Standing Committee on Human Rights and Equal Opportunities for Men and Women in the House of Representatives of the Republic of Cyprus. So, dear Irene, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
First of all, let me congratulate the organizers, my colleagues, the delegation from Portugal, Paula. It's an amazing city, it's an amazing conference. Thank you for inviting us all here for such an important conference. Thank you. Also, my compliments to the speakers that they have spoken till now. I will keep it short. As a politician, I always keep it short. So, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today, many of us have come together to discuss a new era driven by artificial intelligence. Despite the numerous benefits we enjoy from AI, we must not forget the other side of the coin. AI has potential to be a threat to justice, particularly as a new means of corruption. Corruption, that age-old phenomenon that has damaged nations and institutions, now finds new possibilities for exploitation in the sphere of artificial intelligence. The rapid integration of AI into our daily lives, from automated decision-making systems to predictive algorithms, opens the door for ruthless individuals to manipulate these technologies for their own gain. Corruption in the age of AI knows no boundaries. With access to data, individuals can manipulate algorithms to their will, whether through biased decision-making or the dissemination of falsehoods. Moreover, the unclear nature of many AI systems complicates accountability, as complex algorithms hide behind technical terminology, shielding their manipulators from scrutiny. Furthermore, the potential for AI to intensify existing inequalities is undeniable. As AI systems learn from historical data, they risk perpetuating the biases and injustices that have long damaged our society, deepening divides and eroding trust. However, in this era of uncertainty, there is hope. We have the tools and knowledge to harness the transformative potential of AI for the greater good. But this requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders, governments, businesses, civil society, and scientists to prioritize ethics and integrity in the development and deployment of AI technologies. Transparency must be our guiding principle. We must demand greater openness in AI systems, from the algorithms themselves to the data they are trained on. Only through transparency we can ensure accountability and protect against the subtle influence of corruption. Moreover, we must establish robust regulatory frameworks to govern the use of AI, ensuring that these technologies serve the public interest rather than the interests of a privileged few. This includes measures to prevent the abuse of AI for malicious purposes and safeguards to protect individual rights. Education is also key. We must equip the next generation with the knowledge and skills to navigate the complexities of AI, fostering a culture and digital knowledge and critical thinking that empowers individuals to question, challenge, and resist corruption wherever it may arise. In this endeavor, international cooperation is paramount. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly stands as a solid forum for the exchange of experiences and best practices in combating the negative use of AI for corruption or organized crime. With over 50 member states, the OSCE and OSCPA provide a platform for collaboration in preventing corruption through AI, enabling countries to share insights and strategies for addressing organized crime in the OSCE region. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to lead this fight. We must work tirelessly to present laws that combat corruption and organized crime facilitated by AI, motivating countries to cooperate closely in educating institutions on algorithms for preventing these crimes. In conclusion, while the challenges posed by corruption in the age of AI are overwhelming, they are not impossible. Let us harness the power of AI for advancing technology while organizing ourselves in a joint effort against those who seek to misuse it for personal gain. Together, let us build a future where integrity prevails and the transformative potential of AI is harnessed for the progress of all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Paula, once more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. Hearing all these risks and traps that we as politicians are exposed to, I wonder, it will require more and more courage to engage in politics and in public life. Now, the last our speaker is Dr. Ricardo Baptista Leite. He is a CEO of Health.ie, the global agency for responsible AI in health, a non-profit foundation based in Geneva, with the mission of creating a global regulatory network capable of fostering the responsible use of artificial intelligence for health in collaboration with the World Health Organization. Please, Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Come on, give me something back, please. We're talking about robots and artificial intelligence all morning, and we have to bring in the human connection. If we do not do what we're doing to be able to serve our fellow humans around the world and humanity at large, we're not doing here anything. And I would like to bring that component of compassion and humanity back into the discussion, especially as we are talking about health. I am greatly honored to be in the Portuguese Parliament, where I was elected to serve for 4 times in the past. And I'm very grateful to my esteemed colleague and friend, the Honorable Paula Cardoso, for her invitation, and of course to the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE. And also to say that I am the founder and president of the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, which is a network of current and former parliamentarians in more than 110 countries. And for those of you interested in global health, feel free to reach out to me over lunch and during the afternoon. But I'm here today to speak as CEO of Health.AI, the global agency for responsible AI in health. We are a nonprofit based in Geneva, working with the World Health Organization, where we are precisely trying to address many of the challenges that have been mentioned throughout the morning, and hopefully presenting concrete solutions on governments and multilateral organizations to address these challenges, but also to ensure that private corporations can ensure responsible application of artificial intelligence is put to the service of the people. We heard the question in the first panel, how do we solve this problem? How do we regulate AI? And so, looking at the market, we know we're down a path that is not going to turn around. I mean, just in healthcare, in 2022, the market was over 10 billion US dollars. We're seeing a market that will be worth nearly $500 billion US dollars in 8 years from now. And we can see the number of startups that are popping up. The US is one of the dominating countries, of course. In Southeast Asia, we see India. We know China also has an important rise of numbers, although they're not visible because of the lack of data. And Europe, we're starting to see a rise, but as was said in the first panel, we are lagging behind. But we always talk about these 3 blocks: But as Europeans, we also should consider the absolute absence of the Global South in this discussion. When we look at this map, Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and many of the low middle income countries in Asia Pacific are absolutely absent. And so we many times hear artificial intelligence as having the potential of being the greatest equalizer, but it actually has the potential also, if we do not get the regulations right, to be one of the greatest dividers of our time. And when we look at patents, we see, and patents are a good proxy of what to expect in years to come. We see that we are seeing a doubling of patents being put into the market year on year. And everybody talks about the US. US has 21% of the patents. 61% come from China. And so we know that the geopolitical tensions of the future are going to be intertwined with artificial intelligence, and this is something that, being a security conference, needs to be addressed. When talking about specifically healthcare, when we look at the trends just last year, AI has been developing in every sector, from healthcare analytics to robotics to precision medicine and genomics. You name it, you can see AI solutions in every field. And when we look at the 4 big tech companies, all of them are investing heavily in artificial intelligence. Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, each one are investing in developing their own virtual scribe. A virtual scribe, you all have phones in your hands. You know Siri or Alexa. This is basically putting a Siri in the doctor's office, collecting all of the information so that everything is collected at the end of the doctor's appointment. The doctor doesn't have to write anything. Everything is written for them. The prescriptions come out. The diagnostic tools are prescribed. And that saves a lot of time and has a tremendous advantage if you think about it. In the UK, 70% of the time a patient is in a doctor's office with their GP, with their family doctor, 70% of the time they're looking at the back of a screen. So that human connection is not there because the doctor is looking at the keyboard instead of looking at the patient. So this has tremendous potential. But at the same time, we understand the risks. And we understand what we've been hearing all morning, how this type of data collection of highly sensitive data can also be used by bad actors. But more than that, from a security perspective, all of the data in hospitals in Europe are on clouds, or at least the ones that are digitalized. All clouds are basically, I would say 99% of hospitals in Europe are on one of 3 clouds, Microsoft, Google, or Amazon, and these are 3 US companies. I wonder how Europe has been able to evolve in a way that we weren't able to create our own cloud platform to be used by our own public institutions. And this raises many security issues also. But this study was actually presented by one of the speakers in the previous panel, which I found it quite interesting, and I want to reinforce this information. Basically, it was a chatbot, where patients and doctors were talking on this digital chatbot, but half of the answers were given by real doctors, but the other half were given by robots. And the truth is, the health outcomes for the patients was much better with the robots. That, I think, is easy to understand. But what is harder for us as humans to understand is that when we asked the patients who was nicer, who showed more empathy, the robots showed more empathy than the doctors. This tells us 2 things, that those doctors were not Portuguese like my colleagues. No, but most importantly, it shows that we are moving into a new age, an age in which the truth is robots don't get tired. Robots don't feel the urge for lunch like we are feeling right now. They're consistent. And the truth is, in medical schools, for example, and nursing schools, we're training healthcare professionals of the future to memorize, to be robots. And if we're teaching them to be robots, one thing I can assure you is in the future, they are going to lose against the robots. And so we need to rethink the way we do our training so that we can rethink the positioning of the human in this new ecosystem that is AI empowered. And so how do we use the power of humanity to enhance the power of the system as a whole? And we hear now rumors that Apple will be signing a deal with OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT. There are also rumors of negotiations happening with Google Gemini. Whatever happens, Apple will probably move forward. The current Siri model that is pretty outdated will move towards a conversational large language model. And this will be transformational. I don't know if you've used already the new ChatGPT 4.0 and seen its potential of using video and image and multimodalities. It can be transformational, and this is putting that power of technology at the hand of every citizen, which has advantages, but once again, we need to create the framework to fix it. And we heard a lot of the word fear. And I must tell you, when I took on my role as CEO at Health AI, we conducted a survey with legislators, technology companies, academics, patient organizations, and the word that came out most related to artificial intelligence in health was the word fear. And it was a fear stemmed by not knowing how to regulate, fear of the potential harm, fear of not understanding the technology. But also we need to embrace what the technology can do. And when we look at how AI is evolving today, we see that it's already being used for diagnostic support. If you're doing a CT scan or an MRI, most probably the report will be AI delivered. You're already seeing genomic sequencing used, for example, for personalized treatment. We're already seeing predictive analytics being used, for example, to manage hospital waiting lists. That is already happening today, or to understand how many beds we need available in hospitals. And we're already seeing patients being sent home so they can be monitored from the hospital, but staying at home. That is happening today. In the future, we're already seeing prospective applications of population management, which means that we can change the current broken disease-driven models of healthcare to be more focused on health and well-being. And so using the power of AI analytics to make sure that we prevent diseases more efficiently, that we detect diseases earlier to ensure better prognosis. But we're also seeing accelerated drug discovery, new drugs being put into the market faster and cheaper, being able to treat diseases that today are not treatable. Augmented reality to train healthcare professionals, or virtual reality and application of AI and robotics to do AI-assisted surgeries, which will allow us to be much more precise and even to ensure surgeries in regions where we don't have healthcare professionals. And virtual assistants, which I've already spoken about. And I'll share these slides. I just want to show this to show you that AI is popping up across the whole value chain of healthcare. And all AI solutions are either leading to better outcomes when it comes to health, or with the purpose of lowering costs, and sometimes a combination of both. So there is tremendous potential there. The issue is the fragmented regulatory landscape. This was mentioned many times in the first panel. We're ending up with a highly divided world. We have the EU Act, we have President Biden's executive order, and then you have every country moving forward, or at least high-income country, moving forward with their own form of regulation. And then when you go to low-income countries, many times I've meeting with regulators across Africa and Latin America, where sometimes they don't even have one person who is trained in AI within their regulatory bodies. And so how do we deal with this fragmentation is a big issue. And the truth is we are seeing a technology that evolves fast. You are parliamentarians. Let's be honest, parliaments cannot keep up to pace with AI. What parliaments need to do is delegate the responsibility to regulators so they can regulate and keep up to speed. We need light legislation and we need effective regulation. Global harmonization is critical, finding a minimum bar that everyone can follow. Data concerns is very important. We're talking about security. We haven't mentioned yet quantum computing. But the rise of quantum will deem all of our privacy mechanisms in hospitals, clinics, and public institutions completely obsolete. And we have to advance quickly. The financial sector is investing tens of billions to try to keep up to speed with quantum. Public institutions are doing practically nothing in this space. And post-market surveillance. It's not just making sure that we regulate and say the technology is safe today, but how do we make sure that we monitor it after the technology is put into the market? So we have this need to fix governance, and I'm coming close to my time, so I'm going to speed up just to say how we are addressing it at Health AI. We looked at the example of thalidomide. This was a drug that was given to pregnant women in the 1950s to avoid vomiting and nausea. The thing is, this was in an age of pre-regulation, and it led to more than 10,000 babies being born with birth defects. The tragedy was the babies being born like that, many babies died. The silver lining, though, was that this led to a new age of regulation. And today, nobody questions what is a clinical trial. Nobody questions the current process of approving access to market for pharmaceutical products. And so we said, why don't we do something similar for artificial intelligence? Looking at the whole machine learning life cycle and looking at post-market surveillance, how do we put in place a similar mechanism? And so when computers deal with your health, who deals with the computers? And that's where we want to position ourselves as the global agency for responsible AI in health. And we're already working with several governments in the room. I see Norway, Finland, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, and we're hoping many more countries will join our efforts. The UK too has joined us. And the way we've positioned ourselves is right in the middle, as you can see here. We're an implementing partner with WHO, with the World Health Organization, with OECD, with UNESCO, and we help interpret and basically translate international standards to the local context, and we support through technical assistance the local regulators so that they are able to build the teams to validate AI solutions for their own health systems. And so basically we work on 4 pillars. One is building these regulatory mechanisms and certifying the regulators. The second thing is to connect the different health AI regulators, health AI certified regulators into one global regulatory network. This global regulatory network will be able to put in place something we're very excited about, which is a global early warning system. So if there's an AI tool with the potential of causing harm that is detected in Indonesia, or in Brazil, or in Switzerland, every agency around the world gets a red flag. And this allows us to put a safety brake, stop using that technology, and try to fix it. And creating with the World Health Organization a repository of all of the AI solutions as they are validated, so everyone can see on that repository what technologies are out there and who has validated them at the regulatory level. And we've created a health AI community of practice that we've just launched that basically any institution can, let me just put that back there, so if you want to check the link. Basically this community of practice is an organization that has no cost to apply. Any institution can apply, be it a parliament, a government, an academic center, a technology company, a patient organization. And in this community of practice, we want to foster these global discussions. So we have a bottom-up approach so that we can take the insights of those on the ground that have to deal with the technology or are beneficiaries of the technology so that we can convey that bottom-up message to the United Nations, to the multilateral organizations, and so that together we can build up an ecosystem that fosters innovation while ensuring the safety for everyone, and most importantly, ensuring better health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo, for your speech, but it was easier for you since you are a former MP and this was your home playing ground. So I guess this was not your first speech here in this room. The next step will be the debate. I guess you are all looking forward to it. Unfortunately, we will follow the same pattern as it was the previous session. So I will please every person who wants to engage in the discussion to raise his or her hand and to have at least only 2 minutes so we can have a lot of questions. And unfortunately, I forgot my glasses and I cannot see you properly. Fortunately, I have Marco with me who will observe you and give me the list of all persons who want to ask the first questions. And I suppose you are all in good spirits, even though I don't see you. And you are eager to pose your tricky questions and comment on this interesting topic. So please, Marco, who is the luckiest one, the delegation of France.
Thank you.
honorable delegates, distinguished guests, thank you to I'm delighted that the OSCE Parliament Assembly is organizing a conference on this important matter. Firstly, I would like to point out that AI is in and of itself is neither an opportunity nor a danger. Like all technologies, its values depend on how it's used. However, if misused, it can lead to the violation or virtuality of fundamental rights. As artificial intelligence rapidly advances, so do the opportunities and the risks. If we are not to make the most of AI and mitigate the risk, the answer lies in the international cooperation and good intelligence between countries. Why? Because many risks arising from AI and inherently international in nature. I'm delighted that there is international awareness of this issue. The European Union is the home stretch before the adoption of the regulation on AI, an innovative text that protects without restricting innovation. Last November, at the invitation of our British friends, 28 countries worked together on this issue of the security of the AI. The Bletchley Declaration, which results from this summit, is a clear call for greater cooperation and to guarantee the safety of AI. I would like to quote a small passage from this statement. I say, all actors have a role to play in ensuring the safety of AI. Nations, international forums, and other initiatives, companies, civil society, and academia will need to work together. End of citation. In today's international context, we must, of course, welcome the technology advances that AI represents, but we must also ensure that we defend the interests of individuals, protect our value, and defend democracy. We will protect democracy by watching out for foreign influences spreading false information to sway elections. We will protect people and our value by ensuring the AI becomes a tool to serve us and not a tool to do without others. It is moral duty as well as necessity to have a fair development of AI through the world so that the solution and development benefits everyone. I thank you for your attention and I look forward to our continued cooperation on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in our list is a representative of the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly from Iceland.
Thank you. My name is Sunna Ævarsdóttir. I'm a rapporteur on the opinion of the Assembly on the draft framework convention that my colleague just described to you, Mr. Bartolin. And I found it incredibly important to listen to Sarah Spiekerman's intervention and addressing the need to disrupt the social media companies and their way of doing business. And I find it remarkable that this is really, the first point in which it was addressed, because it's one of the main challenges that we have, the state of surveillance capitalism that we've allowed to grow and fester and attack our democratic societies. What I've noticed is an unwillingness to really talk about it or address it. It's not the subject matter of any of our regulatory talks, but what is the crux of the issue is the ownership of these AI tools, the ownership of these automations that we have access to today. So in order to deal with the threats that AI poses to our society, to democracy, to the rule of law, we have to deal with the ownership model of these systems. So we have to revisit the idea of ownership and who has the right to benefit from these systems, because if we're not careful, and we're not being careful, what will happen is a level of inequality that we will not even have been able to imagine so far, that we will end up with some sort of techno-feudalism where very few, very big powers that belong in private hands will own everything, and workers who have been made obsolete and unnecessary by automations have no negotiating power, no bargaining power, no ability to demand their rights through strikes, for example. I mean, what are you going to strike on if you don't have a job to strike from? So why, I guess, is my question to the panelists, are we not addressing the elephant in the room, which is the right to benefit from AI? And don't we, as responsible legislators, need to address this very pressing concern? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since this is a debate, I think maybe it's better to give the floor now to Sarah, because maybe the question were addressed in the question. So please respond to our speaker.
I guess I have to give the question back. Why is the elephant in the room not discussed? I have one hypothesis. We are all sitting right in the elephant, and we are all part of a wave of information that puts our attention into a direction where we should not look, which is to disrupt the elephant.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Irene from Cyprus.
Question. First of all, I would like to comment on something. We have similar issues with cryptocurrencies. We didn't have legislation to handle the situation. Cryptocurrencies was a fact with limited knowledge and legislation to control. And I don't think until now we have managed to do anything when it comes to that. So, artificial intelligence. I have a question for Sarah. I'm a journalist. I used to be a journalist before entering politics. And also I chair the Human Rights Commission. So I'm a bit sensitive when it comes to freedom of speech and human rights. And you mentioned social media and the need for legislation in order to control this environment in a way to deal with fake news and AI interventions and things like that. But at the same time, there is a huge risk of making a step further and limit the freedom of speech, the freedom of people to express themselves. So it's a thin line between handling the situation when it comes to social media and having inadequate legislation when it comes to that. I'm a bit skeptical. Yeah.
Yes, please, sir. Can you respond to that?
I see your point, but I think we have to distinguish between a freedom of speech and a freedom of reach. Yeah? And the freedom of reach was not granted. It was the freedom of speech. That is one thing. The second thing is what I am calling for is not that we get rid of social media or the ability to discuss with each other online and to hook up with other people, real people, but to hook up with artificial intelligences and to be exposed to manipulation. So, just to speak to Mr. Bartolin, who said the technology is not the problem. I would oppose that to some extent and want to make it more finer. The technology design is the problem. We can build social technologies in a wonderful way, in a value-based way, and then we would get rid of manipulation and artificial intelligences and fake.
Politicians take advantage.
That's a problem.
Yeah. Politicians. Yeah.
That's true. Now I give the floor to Greece and then to United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. Dear college, I would like to underline some crucial points regarding the issue of security of the age of artificial intelligence. It is extremely important that the fact that within the OSCE, the official representative of the Organization for the Security and Cooperation in Europe on freedom of media, Mrs. Ribeiro, take the initiative in the impact of artificial intelligence, particularly on freedom of expression. The purpose is to draft policy proposals for safeguarding freedom of expression and media pluralism against commercial and state interests, promoted through the issue for artificial intelligence tools. In 2021, a policy book titled Spotlight on Artificial Intelligence and Freedom of Expression was published, containing proposals for safeguarding human rights when artificial intelligence is issued in the development and management of online content. At the international level, although it falls outside the mandate of the OSCE, the recent adoption on March 11 by the United Nations General Assembly of a resolution titled Seizing the Opportunity of Safe, Secure and Trustworthy Artificial Intelligence System for Sustainable Development is noted. This marks the first ever international decision on the issue of artificial intelligence. The United States that took the initiative for the decision of March 11 emphasized that it draws inspiration from the fundamental rights of the United Nations as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and aims to create a global consensus for safe and reliable artificial intelligence system, building capabilities and bringing the digital divide. Closing, I would like to underline that we, as a Hellenic delegation, express our hope that this will contribute to future relevant initiatives such as Global Digital Compact and the work of the United Nations Secretary General's Advisory Board on Artificial Intelligence to promote dialogue among states, civil society, and academic community, the public, and the private sector, which my country, Greece, welcome and will participate in with ever available means. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to our British delegation.
Thank you very much. It's a very stimulating and interesting debate so far today that we've had. I think one of the areas for me which is the most concern is that there are, of course, people out there that want to do harm and spread hate through social media and etc. But I'm afraid the most dangerous words in the English language, as Ronald Reagan said, was, "I'm here from the government, I'm here to help." Now, it's not just these big bad actors that are the problem. It is also well-meaning government that tries to impose itself and be a moral arbiter on social media and try and close down discord and debate. And often is the case that when things happen which we don't like, we call for more regulation in order to stifle that debate too. And the examples earlier given of Trump and Brexit, I think sometimes there is a comfortable metropolitan liberal establishment in the world which looks at these issues and thinks there's a way around it through regulation rather than challenging a new consensus which is going on. And I think that we need to look at that through that prism. And I think something that the Vice President Irene said about equipping people with the skills to challenge and to explore and to look at things which they could find hurtful is a much more better way than doing it, than maybe closing down debate. And just one further point I wanted to make on the back of Ricardo's presentation, which I thought was very interesting, was the idea of global harmonisation. Whilst I can see the attraction to it, I often find that the furthest away decision-making goes from the people, it often finds the biggest levels of distrust. It creates a void and it creates a democratic deficit. And there has to be a way we try and challenge that and do that at the same time of being able to harmonise policy too.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wants to pose some tricky question? I cannot see anybody, so I let our speakers to answer these questions. Maybe Ricardo, I'm sorry for that.
Well, thank you. And it has been an interesting debate. But I would like to challenge back the honorable gentleman from the United Kingdom, whose remark I couldn't agree more with, where the idea of having one global entity validating AI tools for the world is something that is outdated and that countries will not accept. The idea of having a Geneva-based or a New York-based organization dictating the rules for the world is part of history. And I think COVID-19 has really accelerated the willingness of governments and of the people to have sovereign solutions to address these challenges. And that's why at Health AI, what we are trying to do is through technical assistance, build the local regulatory capacity and putting the different regulators together, working together on a common framework where we can find a minimum bar of understanding. It doesn't mean that each country has its own fluctuations and its own adaptations of the way they apply those standards, but at least if we could agree on a minimum bar, that will ensure us at least that the principles of responsible use of artificial intelligence are implied before we actually allow technology to be used in high sensitive areas, as is the case of healthcare. Moreover, if we work each of us as isolated countries on this space, it raises another tremendous challenge, which is the fact that if there's an AI tool that does have the potential to cause harm, it will only be detected too late. And as we've seen here, the problem of AI is the scale and speed at which the positive impact it can have can also be the negative. And so the goal is to have an early warning system at a global level where the regulators working together can identify risks early on, and if one country identifies a risk, that risk is shared with all of the other regulators around the world, allowing everyone to put in safety brakes. And this is in the interest of the private companies too, because it protects them from further legal liability instead of waiting for harm to be happening at scale. And so I think what we need to do is we need to adapt our old regulatory thinking hats to this new technology to design new models. And that's what we're trying to build here. But there are more unanswered questions than answered questions at this point, and that's why we created the community of practice, and that we believe that we need to create more communities of the sort where governments and technology companies and citizens sit together so we can discuss this in an open, democratic manner, and so that we can find solutions that actually address the challenges, so that we can find a model that accelerates innovation so that we can reap the benefits at the same time that we keep citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I can see the delegation of Spain who wants to engage in the debate.
Thank you. I wanted just to react once more to the question from Sarah Speakerman, because it's really inspiring and suggesting the point on the demanding control on social networks. I totally agree of this necessity, but the point is that all developments for the moment for reacting against misusing of artificial intelligence has been based on self-regulation. That means that in 2022, in the European framework, was adopted the Code of Conduct against disinformation, based on the agreement of social networks companies. In fact, lastly, 2 months ago, it was adopted the European regulation on transparency and targeting on political publicity, based on self-regulation. Then I want to ask you about your opinion about this approach, because there are two models, or a preventive or proactive model to react, or a reactive model to safeguard rights on the internet and in face of artificial intelligence. And it's easy to oppose, like we have heard some minutes ago, to oppose censorship or to to consider that that social networks can, if they control contents on the contents, that they can be in some kind of censorship. Then there is a dilemma about how manage this question. I would like to know more about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe Christian would like to respond, how he sees it from his point of view, and then Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the question that was just posed here. The question, I think, about who is in control of social media and is, of course, at the end of the day, a basic democratic issue that has to be resolved. I don't think it is specifically linked to the question of the technology that is being used. In this case, we were discussing artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence I see as a tool, and it can, of course, as was mentioned before, it has the ability or the capacity to do things at much bigger scales and much greater haste than what we have been used to do. And that, of course, in itself can aggravate situations. I have had these discussions many times. I think that we have to take this we have to be very, very serious about how we deal with deep fakes, how we deal with lies and half-truths being out there in a democratic debate. Now, human rights actually are quite well protected in general because we have clear legal basis for it. It's something slightly more different with the democracies. Democracy as a form of governance is regulated in democratic states' constitutions, but we don't have an overarching definition of what a democracy is. And so we see states that have systems with multi-party democracies, states with systems with fewer parties participating. They're all democracies, but what they have in common is that they are, all of them, vulnerable to manipulation, ruthless manipulation. And I think what we have to look at is essentially, let's say, if we have an open society, our enemies will always be able to abuse that openness. This is our weak spots that Sarah was also pointing to. This is in the defense. Now, it can be done, of course, for malign purposes in order to destabilize the state. It can also just be done in order to make money. And I think we have to somehow be cautious about how we approach the issue of the role that social media play in this as instruments, how their business model itself can be part of the problem. So this, I think, is something we need to look at. It's independently of whether we are talking about AI or indeed the quantum technology that's coming around the corner as the next big thing. I believe that we have to have these fundamental questions discussed beforehand, and not least, we need also to have a general discussion in our societies about how we use these technologies, what are the dangers they pose, what are the benefits they propose to us. We need to have that overall picture. I think that this is something that has been a bit lacking. Something is not good because it's new or it's technological development. Something is good because we can use it for something.
Sarah, do you want to add your comments on it?
It's interesting that other geopolitical areas are very bullish on their policy making. If you just see how the Americans, the US is now trying to have TikTok ownership being passed over. How you see that the Russians and the Chinese for a long time have decoupled their internet infrastructure and built their own social media that they can control. Europe is the only region where obviously no strategy and no ambition in that direction is being made. I know it's very difficult, seeing our relationship with the US, it's more difficult for us perhaps than the Chinese and Russians. That said, with Trump coming along, we might rethink our own independent minds and needs to also rethink our infrastructure. I know to what extent that is already politically discussed on many, many levels. Secondly,
I think what many people don't realize, I talk a lot to journalists, how our free and real world journalists are breaking away. They cannot afford their life anymore. The media houses are breaking down that used to basically still be around. Yeah? And I don't think in 5 years from now, if we don't act, we won't have the good journalists anymore in our nations. That's a real threat. And the third one is, as I say, it's a technology design issue. We're talking about clear name authentication, rigorous authentication towards those networks to get rid of the manipulation by spam bots. I'm talking really about how to build the social networks in a good way. And we can also have national or regional cloud centers and manage them under our own co-ownership structures. This is all a matter of business model, political rigor, and courage, and technical design. And we have to start thinking about it.
Thank you, Sarah. Some last questions? No? I don't see anybody. Maybe Irene, do you want to use your final words? Irene? No. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that, politicians have a different way of perceiving things. So because we are all parliamentarians here, I would like to say to my colleagues that it's a very serious issue. And the parties usually, they want to benefit from new technologies, to use them to their own benefit. This is not the case. In this case, we have to think about humanity. And we have to work for the greater good. We have to work for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. So I would like we used all the time we had, and I think that we are all looking forward to the lunch in the cloister of this beautiful parliament. I want to once again express my great gratitude, this is really difficult to say, to all the speakers that adopted our invitations and are personally here with us, sharing their knowledge with us. So please, let's give them a round of applause now. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, and now please enjoy the food and enjoy the lunch.
We will reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Yes, we will convene here at 3 p.m.
You are right. Thank you, Lucy.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult. The problem is that first moderation, but if you want to,
We do. Always on. Thank you.
Okay.
Now it's on.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends, please take your seats. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, good afternoon and welcome to our last session, and possibly the most pertinent one given our role as parliamentarians, as legislators on the regulating artificial intelligence, the role of national parliaments. My name is Azay Guliev. I am head of Azerbaijan delegation to the OSCE, as well as the chair of the OSCE Second General Committee on Economic Affairs, Science, Technology and Environment. It is my honor to moderate today's afternoon crucial discussions. But before starting, I would like to thank our host, Portuguese Parliament, and our good friend Paula Cardosa for excellent organization in this conference and for the great hospitality, but for the lunch. Today after lunch it is a bit difficult to come together, but I hope that our colleagues will join us soon. And also, of course, I want to commend the work has been done by International Secretariat, particularly by the Second Dimension team and Marco Bonabella, Daria, and the other our colleagues. I know that they have put their efforts in order to make this important conference possible. Dear colleagues, today, before the lunch, we have delved into the multifaceted relations between AI and security, examining both the challenges and opportunities that advanced technologies bring to our societies. We have underlined that the AI's potential to improve efficiency, enhance quality of life, and revolutionize various sectors ranging from healthcare to transportation, from finance to education, from public administration to economic development, and from democratic processes to environmental protection. Yet alongside its promise, we also learned that AI presents profound ethical, legal, and societal risks. Concerns about job displacement, algorithmic bias, privacy issues, disinformation, and autonomous weapons are just some noticeable examples which underscore the urgent need for thoughtful and effective regulations. As we stand at the crossroads of AI's development, it is imperative that we as national parliaments play a proactive role in shaping policies that harness the benefits of AI while mitigating its risks. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from esteemed experts who will offer their insights on how national parliaments can effectively regulate AI to enhance security and protect citizens' rights. By the way, before our lunch in the morning, there was quite a number of questions related to the national regulatory let's say, experience and the regulation in the national parliaments. I think we will have a time and a good opportunity to discuss and to get some, let's say, feedback from audience, how your experience is about, and how the national parliaments really could bring some added value to the issue that we are going to discuss. Dear colleagues, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our three outstanding keynote speakers, Mr. Carlos Zorrito, Member of European Parliament, Ms. Sudan Auersdottir, the third Vice Chairperson of the Council of Europe's Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, and Mr. John Whittingdale, Head of the United Kingdom Delegation to the OSCE, for their readiness to inform the deliberations of our Assembly. As we start our discussion, let us keep in mind the profound impact that AI regulation will have on our societies, economies, and democratic values. I encourage all of you to engage in constructive dialogue, sharing ideas and the best practices to ensure that our regulatory frameworks promote innovation, but also protect fundamental rights and uphold the rule of law in the age of artificial intelligence. To conclude, I am pleased to see that the Parliamentary Assembly has become a privileged platform for such crucial conversations. I am particularly honored that the Second General Committee has played a pivotal role in facilitating these discussions, underscoring our dedication to fostering collaboration and understanding across diverse topics. The special debate on artificial intelligence, a technological breakthrough with security implications during the last winter meeting on 22nd February, as well as the recent Second Committee reports and resolutions adopted as part of the OSCE annual declaration, serves as a clear testament to this proactive approach in tackling emerging challenges head-on. With these efforts, we have already laid a strong foundation for the continued debate and action on this vital topic. After all, it is the distinct role of the OSCE Second General Committee to look proactively at what is yet to come, playing a leading role in bringing our society agenda forward, be it on issues related to pollution, climate change, energy security, connectivity, or, as today, artificial intelligence. And always with a special eye to the end users of the OSCE product As our Secretary General often says, our citizens. This is the quotation to our good friend of our Assembly and the Secretary General, Roberto Mantella. The insights shared today will undoubtedly inform our collective understanding and guide our future actions as we navigate the complexities of regulating artificial intelligence. The goal is clear, steering the evaluation of this technology in line with our shared values. Thank you, dear colleagues. Now, I'd like to give the floor to our first guest speaker, Carlos Zorini, member of the European Parliament. Dr. Carlos Zorini holds a PhD in information management and is a full professor at the Department of Management of the University of Evora. He has held various academic and governmental positions and served as a member of parliament in multiple legislatures. Since 2014, he has been a member of the European Parliament, where he currently serves as a full member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, and as a substitute member of the Committee on Development. He is also the European Parliament Standing Rapporteur for Humanitarian Aid. So, Dr. Zorino, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Dear President of the OSCE PA, my colleague, Portuguese delegation, my colleague Paulo Cardoso, dear colleague Luis Graça, dear moderator and colleagues of panel, dear participants, it's for me a big honor to have this opportunity to participate in this very timely session to discuss the security challenges in the age of artificial intelligence. Let me tell you that it's also for me very emotional to return to this space. I was elected 9 times in my constituency to the national parliament. So I have a lot of very good memories from this room, from this house. I will try to combine in my approach, my experience as co-president of the ACP-EU GPA under Samoa Agreement. You know, it's the second bigger GPA in the world with 106 countries, 4 continents, 2 billion people, and before under the Cotonou Agreement. And also my work, as told in my CV, as a co-legislator in the European Parliament in several files linked with the digital transition and the digital decade. You know that with the digital acceleration, we need to deal daily with the challenges of information, misinformation, disinformation. And most important of all, I think, you are now conscious of the finishment or finitude of the humanity, of humankind, not only by a potential nuclear Armageddon or by the destruction of our habitat, our planet, but also by the destruction of our capacity to be ourselves. And I think this is about that you are discussing when we discuss about security, is the possibility to destroy ourselves as with the capability to maintain a viable, just humankind. Generative artificial intelligence is a global opportunity to achieve great and positive goals, but it's also, as you know, a security challenge. At the artificial dimension, it's a risk mainly to repetitive tasks and an opportunity not to do them. So it's an opportunity to find new ways to use our life and our resources. The intelligence part of the equation is a challenge to imagination and creativity. We need to be always 1 second ahead of the machine, because if you stay 1 second behind the machine, we will be dominated by its command and control. And the generative ability is the ultimate challenge, the challenge to be decent and ethical, because only if we are decent and ethical, we could generate a world that will be ethical and decent also. Because you are creating the languages and the meta-languages. So, let's go to the European Union. The European Union not having the potential, because there are no agreement to have more own resources and so on, not having the potential for investment and knowledge to lead technologically these domains, tries with the Green Deal and also with the Data Deal. The Data Deal is a name I used to qualify the digital decade. I think it's a data deal. People give your own data because in the European Union the data is property of people and they are the right of privacy, but they give the data to receive in turn best services, best information, more peace, more freedom, and so on. This is the deal, the data deal. So with this Green Deal and Data Deal, the European Union tried to use this soft power of leadership through regulation. United States leads through engineering and investment. China leads through engineering and investment. European Union leads with some creativity, but mostly try to lead with creativity and regulation. Regulation based in a central idea, the human-centric approach. That is what inspired all the regulation of the data deal or digital package, from data protection, copyright, cybersecurity, digital markets. I was the rapporteur of DMEA, for instance, and the Artificial Intelligence Act. Legislation based on values and on the identification and prevention of systemic risks seeks to become a global standard. You want to provoke a Brussels effect. We want to provoke a Brussels effect also in this issue. And I can say that in the example of the data protection, in the example of the copyright, is somehow well succeeded. You will see if we could be also well succeeded with artificial intelligence. We see that the United Kingdom is following the same steps. We see that also in the United States they are following the same steps. Perhaps you can be succeeded with that. Global companies have been induced to act in the European EU, in the European Union, as European companies, and therefore also have advantage in some global regulatory standardization. Is another idea that I want to share with you. Some people say there are no big companies in Europe. It's true, but for me, I have no way to create by a miracle 6 or 7 big six in the European Union. What we need is to put the big 6 working in the European Union as an European companies. And if they do that, the market in European is so strong and so important that they will accept our regulation and also to use our regulation in the global scope is the strategy. Okay, specifically the artificial intelligence regulation was adopted in the final reading by the European Parliament in the plenary in March this year. The basic idea is the system is regulated according to the risk they pose to users, human-centric, also with a technological neutrality approach, and the idea that all the systems need to be to have a supervision by persons in control. Human-centric, technologically neutral, people in control. That's the main idea. How? With the risk grading, some things that is unacceptable risk, not acceptable, forbidden, behavior manipulation, or vulnerable people or groups. I want also to underline to you that what is difficult is to define vulnerable people. This is very difficult. It's very easy to say manipulation of vulnerable people is forbidden, but where is the border? Vulnerable or not vulnerable? Okay. Social score is also forbidden, the classification of persons based on behavior, socioeconomic status, personal characteristics, but how to work when the algorithms help us to make assessments, performance assessment, which is the border for that, which is the level that is forbidden or not forbidden. The biometric identification and categorization of natural persons, real-time and remote facial recognition also are forbidden, also are an acceptable risk, but you need to use that, for instance, for law enforcement, preventive or investigative movements. Okay, the rules are very clear. the application is very difficult. After, there are the high-risk systems, systems encompassing products including medical devices, games, toys, management and operation of essential infrastructure, vocational training, employment, access to services, application, interpretation of the law. These high-risk systems have to be assessed before they are authorized and during the life cycles. And the most important in this role is that the citizens have the right to lodge a complaint against AI systems with the competent authorities. This is the most important of this second kind of systems. About the generative artificial intelligence in particular, we try to address the question of transparency of the rules. It's mandatory to publicize when content is generated by AI. You know how many issues are now with, for instance, the Hollywood and the systems with also the writers, the music composers, and so on, and all of people that have rights of intellectual property. Prevent the generation of illegal content, publish the copyrighted content used for the formation of language models. All of that it's forbidden. So you need to try to have people and creativity and you can say okay, brains in control of the new languages. It's not easy, but it's our aim. So national parliaments will be strongly involved in the enforcement of these obligations. It is important that the monitoring and supervision could be made without bias to ensure that the principles of objectivity were applied. I think that the law is good, but it's very difficult to apply. As I said before, more than the letter of the law, it will be the basis of knowledge and ethics underlying the application that will determine the path to where we are going. More than what we write in the law, it's the ethical approach we make applying it. And for that, we need to take into account the differences of perspective, difference of culture, but also the ethical issues, and the national parliaments has a very important role making that happen, because the proximity is higher and the knowledge of people and the proximity is really higher. And finally, I think this is very important, but the law is not enough. We need to mobilize more investment. We need to do more research. We need to train more engineers and architects. Okay. In this moment, only it's possible to try to lead by regulation, but we need to reduce the gap to the powers that have the capability to do, and to do more than us. And we need to involve people to address these challenges. Let me try to, and this is something, an homage to Luís Graça, this comes from Algarve, but I usually use a very, I say quadro in English, Luis. Okay, a small poem from António Aleixo, that is a poet from Algarve, and it's in English. It's to lie, to be safe, to reach depth, as to bring to the mix anything of trust. This is very, very interesting. In Portuguese, because perhaps anyone could help me, okay, the interpreters can help me to interpret. A mentira para ser segura.
Well, the lie to be safe and to get deep has to bring to its combination something which is true.
Think about that, which is the level of trust that is need to be trust, which is the level of lie that you need to classify as lie. This is the really, I call that the Aleixo paradox. And if you solve the Aleixo paradox, you can solve a lot of problems that you have to, every time. And to solve the Aleixo paradox, we need not only to have the algorithms in Brussels and in the world to try to recognize the disinformation and to cut and to try to manage that, but we need to have every human being needs to be someone that is able to make this work of interpretation, and to make the difference between trust and lie. And so digital literacy has to be a universal right, Digital literacy is not only digital competencies. Digital competencies are very important, but it's competency in history, in geography, in philosophy. This is to use but use that with knowledge, with culture. This is the base. Digital literacy needs to be a universal right. And it's necessary to work on someone that I call a generative vector to eradicate the pandemic of disinformation. As in the pandemic of COVID, we create a generative vector with the vaccines that create the contagion of group and the immunization of group. You need to do the same. You need to create enough number of people with the knowledge to make the difference that is impossible to propagate the lie. And this is a big challenge, but we need to try to do that. Finally, it's necessary to fight for an intelligent globalization and generate an humanistic spiral. I believe, after to work these last 5 years as the European Parliament rapporteur for humanitarian aid, every day fighting with lack of money, lack of people, we find some money and some resources with an arithmetical dynamic, but the problems are exponential. And also with my experience to work with these 160 countries from Caribbean, Pacific, Africa, I know that I need to finish. I believe that we need to try to use the Sustainable Development Goals as a base to create human development. Human development and an ethical globalization is the way you have to have a more secure, human, and good to life planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zorinho, for your really interesting presentation. And most, if you summarize what you have said, is that we have to have really the human-centered approach when we are dealing with the security and the implications of the AI and many other issues. But I hope that you will have some questions from our distinguished members. Now I'd like to give the floor to our second guest speaker, who is Madam Sunna Aversdottir. She holds a Master of Laws degree in International Human Rights and currently is a member of the Pride Party in the Icelandic Parliament. The focus of her parliamentary work has been the advancement of human rights, the protection of civil liberties, and the fight against corruption. Among many different roles, Ms. Sunna serves as a deputy chairperson of the Committee of Economic Affairs and Trade in the Parliament of Iceland, as well as a chairperson of the Subcommittee on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. So, Madam Aversdottir, you have the floor.
Okay, and they're working now. Honored colleagues, as the rapporteur of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe's opinion on the draft Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law, I know it's a mouthful, it's my great honor to tell you a bit about the convention and why it's significant for our topic today. This draft framework convention will become the first ever international treaty on artificial intelligence. It is based on the Council of Europe standards on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, which are commonly shared by the non-member states and the non-European states that participated in the negotiations and will hopefully sign and ratify the Framework Convention in September, once it will be opened for signatures. The fact that the first international treaty regulating AI will be based on human rights approach and the acquis of the Council of Europe must be acknowledged as a very important achievement for the Council of Europe and as a sign of its global leadership in setting standards in emerging areas. Its added value will indeed be its global reach, bringing together states from all over the world wishing to address the global challenges posed by AI from the perspective of these values and with a view to mitigating or limiting its risks. Another significant added value of the Convention is that it's not only intended to protect human rights in the context of AI, but also the two other core values of the Council of Europe, namely democracy and the rule of law. Chapter 1 of the draft Framework Convention contains general provisions, such as the object and purpose of the Framework Convention, the definition of artificial intelligence systems for the purpose of the Convention, and its scope of application, Article 3, which, as I will come to later, is also its most controversial article, the scope. Now, as regards to the scope, Article 3.1a obliges each party to, and I quote, apply the Convention to the activities within the life cycle of artificial intelligence systems undertaken by public authorities or private parties acting on their behalf. Article 3.1b obliges all parties to address risks and impacts arising from activities within the life cycle of artificial intelligence systems by private actors to the extent not covered in the subparagraph A, in a manner conforming with the object and purpose of the Convention. Now, this approach to differing between private and public actors was hotly debated and was the item of much negotiation power throughout the negotiations, and ended up being this distinguishment between the two. And this is one of the criticisms that the Assembly that I represent brought forward, that we shouldn't distinguish between public and private actors because the risks that they pose to the rights of individuals are equal. But I'll come more to that later. Chapter 2 contains two provisions enshrining general obligations on the protection of human rights, that's Article 4, and on the integrity of democratic processes and respect for the rule of law, and that's Article 5. Chapter 3 lays down general common principles that each party shall implement in regard to artificial intelligence systems, and these include human dignity and individual autonomy, transparency and oversight, accountability and responsibility, equality and non-discrimination, privacy and data protection, reliability, and safe innovation. Chapter 4 regulates remedies and procedural guarantees. Remedies for violation of human rights resulting from these activities within the life cycle of AI systems must be accessible and effective. Effective procedural guarantees shall be available where an AI system significantly impacts the enjoyment of human rights. Chapter 5 contains a unique and dedicated provision on risk and impact management framework, obliging the parties to identify, assess, prevent, and mitigate risks posed by artificial intelligence systems by considering actual and potential impacts to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Chapter 6 is on the implementation of the Convention, and 7 contains provisions on the follow-up mechanism and cooperation. Now, as to the follow-up mechanism, it is hoped that it will facilitate the implementation of a reporting obligation by the first states having ratified the Convention, and they will need to present their first report within the first 2 years after becoming a party. The reporting obligation enshrined will be the key to the interpretation, implementation, and development of the Convention. Now, the Conference of the Parties will have the power to identify problems in the use and implementation of the Convention, make proposals for amendments, and formulate its opinion on any amendment proposals. They can express specific recommendations on any question concerning the interpretation or application of the treaty, and facilitate the exchange of information, friendly settlement of disputes, and cooperation with relevant stakeholders. But perhaps the most problematic aspect, so that I turn to some negative points, of the Convention is its restricted scope of application, as I addressed before, with a system that we in the Assembly call à la carte, where you can choose how you treat private actors. You just have to declare how you choose to treat private actors with regard to private actors, and with blanket exceptions on national security and defense. In its past resolutions, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe considered that private actors should fall within the scope of such a legally binding instrument, recalling that in its AI reports, the Assembly considers self-regulatory principles introduced by private actors not sufficient to adequately protect human rights. It is also the view of the Assembly that the final compromise on the public-private sectors should not be used, and we should not allow our member states of the Council of Europe to use this exception as a module to dilute the application of the Convention, the European Convention of Human Rights, to private actors operating within their jurisdiction. Parties to the European Convention of Human Rights should therefore fully apply the Convention provisions to private actors when submitting their declarations according to Article 3.1. The Conference of the Parties to the Framework Convention should also be invited to fully use its powers and reporting system to assess how parties apply the Convention to private actors and to provide guidance in its interpretation and effective application. Turning now to national defense. Let me also say that while the Statute of the Council of Europe excludes matters relating to national defense, interferences with human rights resulting from military activities are not outside the scope of human rights treaties, including the European Convention on Human Rights. The Assembly has in fact adopted a report on the use of AI within the area of defense and lethal force, namely the use of AI in ongoing armed conflict, the use of autonomous weapon systems, because the use of AI in ongoing armed conflicts raises serious concern with regards to international humanitarian law and human rights law. It is also the Assembly's position that if the Framework Convention is applied mainly to public entities, the exemptions regarding AI uses for national security and defense purposes risk narrowing even more the scope of application and calling into question its transversal nature. Because let me be very clear on this, the personal integrity, human dignity, and human rights of our citizens should be seen as the most pressing security concern, not the ability of states or governments to spy on their citizens without restriction or oversight. Finally, let me conclude with some missed opportunities within the draft Framework Convention, or as we politicians might phrase it, opportunities for growth. What I miss in the Convention are specific provisions on the positive uses of artificial intelligence. Although there are incidental references to the benefits or positive effects of AI, there are no specific obligations on how to use the potential of AI for improving democracy, good governance, and the protection of human rights. Furthermore, the development of human rights in relation to the advancements in neurotechnology addressed earlier today is still an opportunity for growth. The Assembly has addressed the huge potential benefits of neurotechnology, especially in the medical field, while stressing the unique and unprecedented threats to fundamental values of human rights and dignity that brain-computer interfaces, or BCI, may pose. BCI technology should be developed with respect for human rights and dignity. It should be safe. It should not be used against the subject's will or in a way that prevents the subject from acting freely and being responsible for their actions. And it should not create a privileged status for its users. The Assembly therefore called on member states to establish ethical and legal frameworks for research, development, and application of BCI technology, and to consider the establishment of new neural rights, such as cognitive liberty, mental privacy, mental integrity, and psychological continuity. But this was not addressed in the Framework Convention. Finally, the draft Framework Convention does not address ownership of AI. The concentration of power and wealth in the hands of very few tech giants in the face of weakened workers' rights and the ability to enforce these rights through strikes. It doesn't address the bleak future where inequality will be so absolute between the very few super rich Jeff Bezoses of this world and then the rest of us, powerless and useless if we do not address ownership of AI. Now, while the Framework Convention did not address these issues, we still have opportunity to grow in these areas. And I would say to end that we as parliamentarians must ensure that these opportunities will not be missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sunna Auersdottir, for your interesting presentation. You have touched upon many interesting things, and that really needs to be discussed. And of course, I hope that our colleagues will raise this issue, and then we will come up later on to that point. Now, I'd like to give the floor to our friend and the colleague, Mr. John Whittingdale, who is the head of the United Kingdom delegation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. He was formerly the Assembly's Special Rapporteur on War Crimes in Ukraine. He is also a member of the Assembly's Standing Committee, Rules Committee, and the Committee on Political Affairs and Security. Sir Whittingdale holds a degree in economics and has served in multiple different roles in the UK government and the Parliament throughout his career. He was a chairman of the British group. He deserves to be presented well. British group of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, as well as a chairman of the all-party parliamentary groups for Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldova. In 2020, Sir John was a minister for media and data. He is very relative to the topic. So he was also appointed Minister of State jointly in the Department for Culture, Media and Sport and the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology in 2023. So John, you have the floor. Please.
Well, Jose, thank you for that introduction. Of all the things, perhaps the element which is most relevant is that I took a break from leading the UK delegation to OSCE PA to return to the British government, where I was Minister in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology at the time of our first AI Safety Summit, which took place last year. And of course, that is now going to be followed up tomorrow by the second summit, which is taking place in South Korea. I wanted just to put some of this into context a little bit. In some ways, AI represents a revolutionary leap forward, but just as the combustion engine did, or computers did, or indeed the internet. The power of particularly generative AI is extraordinary, and rightly, as parliamentarians, we focus on what needs to be done to ensure that it isn't abused, but we should always remember that the benefits are massive. We heard a little bit earlier about healthcare, but in education, in climate change, in economic productivity, it is going to be transformational and largely to our benefit. Now, when we set out about 2 years ago to look at how we should regulate it, I very much follow my colleague who spoke earlier, his view about regulation. There are two problems with the regulation. We have just passed legislation to put in place safety measures for people going online on the internet and to try and promote competition in the digital markets. It's taken us, I think, 5-6 years to do that. And the problem with regulation is that you are dealing with a technology that is moving so rapidly that by the time you've legislated, actually it's completely out of date. And the second difficulty is that regulation can stifle innovation, and a lot of the most exciting developments are ones that we are all completely unaware of. It won't be until somebody in a small room somewhere comes up with a bright idea. So what we tried to do was to put in place principles. They're ones which nobody would argue with. The 5 basic principles are safety, transparency, fairness, accountability, and contestability. And then, rather than try and impose that through a single mechanism, we have a number of regulators, each of which deals with a particular area, and in each case they are developing measures to take account of the use of AI in their sectors. So I'm talking about things like the Competition Agency, the Data Protection Office, the Medicines Regulator, the Food Standards Agency, and each one is focusing on what needs to be done to encourage innovation in AI, but also to make sure that it is properly used. And that is then overseen by a central body in the government. Now, the issue of safety, which is one which we've particularly focused on, is one that, as I say, the global summits have addressed, but those have not just been attended by governments. We were very clear that Bletchley and indeed now at Seoul, the big tech companies had to be there. And a lot of the designs to ensure safety are going to be responsible for them. So each of the big companies will have red teams. Red teams are those which they set out to abuse, to find the flaws, to use it improperly, and then having identified how they can be abused, they then work out how to stop the red teams from doing it. So it's an exercise which is very effective in trying to put in place what we call guardrails, which are the measures to ensure that AI is directed and focused in a positive way. Now, we've spent some time today on a number of the potential negatives, and I wanted to touch just on a few. The first one, which Mr. Zorino talked about, I was also Minister for Creative Industries. The UK is very strong in creative industries, in music, in writing, in filmmaking, and that depends on copyright. And copyright, traditionally, is very easy to understand. If you sing a song written by somebody else, then you need to give them some recognition and pay them. If you publish a work which was written by somebody else, then you need to give them recognition. AI makes it much more difficult. The concept of text and data mining, where the large language models scrape through billions of pieces of content in order to create an original work, in that it's original because nobody's heard it or seen it before, but actually it's based on the creative content of hundreds, maybe more people. That is a real challenge, because the creators will say, we are still entitled to some kind of compensation for that, or there needs to be some kind of licensing. But at the moment, a lot of the tech companies are saying, we don't recognize that, we don't see any liability. And that is an area where there is a very active debate and which we are going to have to reach an agreement. And a lot of it may take place through court actions, and there are a number of legal cases currently underway. Irene earlier spoke about the dangers for fraud and corruption, and there is no doubt that AI makes fraud a lot more sophisticated. We're all familiar with the idea that you get a text message saying, this is your son, I've been robbed and I haven't got anywhere to go, please send me money to this bank account. And most people are clever enough to know that's probably a scam. If you get a message from your son in your son's voice, then it becomes much more difficult. And the way in which AI can be used to create messages or videos which are almost indistinguishable is also something we need to take seriously. It has many benefits, but of course also it is going to be a very powerful tool for those who wish to disrupt elections. And we've already begun to see how in elections fake news and false videos have been released. So far we've been reasonably successful in spotting them, but each one is more sophisticated than the last. And actually, in my view, one of the answers to that, and I was responsible in government for many years for media, is actually support for traditional public service media, who will ensure that before they spread information it is properly checked and verified. The problem with social media is none of that happens. We're also meeting the challenges in a number of other areas which have been referred to. Facial recognition software is now becoming ubiquitous. It has benefits. My colleague in government who is responsible for policing is really keen on it. He sees a world where anybody who has a conviction for shoplifting, they will be instantly recognized when they come into a shop and they can be banned. It raises privacy issues. But there are benefits for law enforcement too, in spotting convicted criminals, finding people, but we need to have clear rules of engagement. Autonomous decision making. So I took a bill through our Parliament which looked at how we protect people who are subject to autonomous decision-making, particularly in the area of recruitment, where there may be algorithmic discrimination or bias, where people can find that they get a job or don't get a job because somehow they've fallen foul of the algorithm. That is something which we need to put a protection against, and ultimately we said that anybody who is subject to autonomous decision-making needs to have a right of appeal to a human who will actually look at why the machine has reached the decision it has. The other area, which again was touched on this morning, which is horrible, is the way in which AI can be used for the manufacture of child pornography, or indeed another one we've been dealing with, which is revenge pornography. Angry ex-boyfriends who use AI to create pornographic images of their former girlfriend and then spread them through the internet. We are passing specific laws against that, and obviously child pornography is already illegal, but we need to extend that so that the law takes account of child pornography or indeed exchanges online with a machine purporting to be a child, which are the equivalent of a real person. So all of these are measures which I think Parliament does have a role to play in, but they are specific areas, and we mustn't do anything to prevent innovation in what is one of the most exciting developments, certainly, I will ever see. I leave you with one thought. I was lucky enough to attend the conversation which took place between my Prime Minister and Elon Musk a year ago at the beginning of the AI Safety Summit. And Elon Musk, who has a graphic turn of phrase, says this is the end of work. There will be no more jobs. His actual quote was, "No job is needed. You can have a job if you want one for personal satisfaction, but AI will do everything." Now, I don't know if we quite got to that. I did, before sitting down this afternoon, just say to my ChatGPT and Copilot, write me a speech on parliamentary regulation of artificial intelligence. I can tell you it was very good. It's probably better than what I've just given. And what's more, if I'd asked it, it could have written it and then delivered it in my voice in Portuguese. So I'm afraid the interpreters may find a bit of a threat there too. This is a totally different world. It is really exciting. It brings enormous benefits, but we need to be aware of the challenges as well. And that's why I think today has been really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear John. Thank you for sharing your personal experience with us. I think this is what we are looking for, particularly to learn more about our national delegations, the experience that you have so far. So thank you very much again. Now I'd like to open the debate, and please raise your hand if you want to make some intervention or raise some question to our esteemed speakers. So it means that everything is clear. Yeah, but maybe you have a time to sing, but I want to just give one question to both, to all of our speakers. First question is to Dr. Zorinham. You have mentioned about the European Parliament's initiative, and you have, just elaborated the EU perspective, how we should deal with that issue. And also, Madame Suna also has pointed out the Council of Europe's recently adopted treaty on AI. More or less, it is understandable that both of our, let's say, guest speakers have a great concern and also wanted to share with the OSCE members. But the question is, what is the main difference between the approaches of EU and the Council of Europe in tackling this issue? Because we are talking about the national experience, we are talking about the role of the national parliaments in tackling these issues. And also, it is very much important for the member countries to know what is the general, let's say, approach of the organization that we are the member, and how we really need to go, because it is a long way to go together. And my question also to John, because John, you have mentioned that about, the rapidly developing IT technology. It is not easy for us to catch and to be in line with the, or let's say, level of development or the rapidness. And also, you have also put the question that on one hand we have to support the technological revolution. On the other hand, we have to make sure that the security is in place. So do you think that is that a dilemma between two, let's say, main phenomena? Or I think what should be first? How the United Kingdom experience tell us, because based on your own experience, you have already done something for that reason. So what could you recommend us? Because I think it would be ideally a sort of, the model law or model or regulation for, the countries that needs to be discussed. Because as I said, there is a long way to go together. We cannot say, okay, this is a particular law or regulation is applicable to each of us. So it means that we need to discuss it further thoroughly, and we have to make sure that this is really the thing that we are looking for, and it could be applicable, it could be helpful for all of us, because it doesn't recognize any border, any frontiers. So it is a global issue, and this is why in order to have a concrete result, the global approach is required. So maybe we start, Dr. Zaroma, what is the main difference of the EU and the Council of Europe's approach to that issue?
Thank you very much. I will use now perhaps the possibility to speak in my own language.
Well, thank you very much for the three speakers that we heard. It is clear that we all trying to look for solutions, for sure, which will allow to benefit us the utmost of the new technologies, trying to avoid the risks that they pose, and as it was summarized by Lord John, to try to regulate without limiting or breaking the evolution or the development. How do we do from a parliament of a country which is member of the EU or the European Parliament? Well, we have a fundamental value which is part of the European identity, which is humanism and individual freedom, the individual right to its own data. And that makes a difference. Because, as you know, data is the fuel of the technological development. Data is the fuel of all the apps and all of implementations and developments. And we have to ensure that the data that we are gathering that allow us to develop are data that people are willing to give up. It was very complicated to reach an agreement. Like I said before, I was a rapporteur of MEA or DMA, opting out, for example, concerning information. And the last ruling to which I was part as a negotiator, as a shadow rapporteur of the Social Democrats, S&D, was the data in health sector. Within the European Union, this question is determined, and how many of my colleagues, namely those from Freedom and Guarantees, were against this option of opting out, that every data should be allowed expressly by each individual person, even in anonymity, and that creates a differential. Huge in terms of ability to innovate in the EU, and also has a negative impact for the patients and for the health services to be able to give answers based on technology and to be able to reach more people. But this balance is very difficult to reach. And within the EU, we tried to base ourselves in this fundamental principle. And I come to an end saying that regulation has not technological, has to be based on this value, neutrality, based on people, based on their consent and their own control. This is the difference, and this is the difficult, but it can also be the big advantage. The question is simple. As a European legislator, either our vision wins and we'll be in the forefront of the fight for development. If we lose, then we'll be in not well, but we still have a long way to go, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zorina. And now I'd like to ask Suna, maybe I just reshape my question a bit, because you have mentioned that in the treaty that the Council of Europe has adopted, some positive aspects of AI is missing. And also you have mentioned that it doesn't address the ownership of AI, which is a very important point, because without identifying that, it will be a bit difficult for us to address all the issues. So my question is, it is legally binding first ever adopted treaty by the Council of Europe. If you recommend to the member of countries with such a gaps, how it is going to be effective tool for the national, let's say, for the countries, for the national assemblies or parliaments. So maybe you can give some, just a bit explanation, what is your perspective of adopting or of joining the member country to that treaty, and how really the Council of Europe is going to, if it is necessary to update or to make some follow-up activities in the coming future. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. I still think that joining or signing, accessing to this framework convention is extremely important and a very important first step towards this universal regulation that we've been talking about here today. Standardization of how we approach the risks and benefits of AI. So yes, it doesn't address the positive uses, as in it doesn't oblige the member states to use AI for this or that positive outcome. But what it does do is set certain standards. Now, I wanted to answer your original question about the difference between the two treaties or the two regulatory frameworks. So first of all, of course, the European Union let's say, has a much stronger regulatory standpoint in the sense that it becomes directly applicable in all of the European Union. So their AI Act will be transposed into the national legislations of all EU member states, no exceptions or things like that. So in that sense, you could say that it has a stronger legal basis. What the treaty does is that it is an international, legally binding framework convention. So it is intended to be a framework around the regulation of AI within the national parliaments that sign up to it. So, and the EU, just to note, is going to be, as far as I understand, and was part of the negotiations, a signatory. So in that sense, what our treaty offers is that it's a global instrument that has a much wider reach than the European Union, in the sense that the EU has, significantly less member states than the Council of Europe to begin with. And then on top of that, we had a lot of outside of Council of Europe actors with us as well, like the United States and some South American countries and Japan, just to name a few examples. So what is also important is, this distinguishment. There are these formalistic differences that I was mentioning, the number of states, the kind of instrument it is, but then there's also the content. And when it comes to the content, there's a lot of similarities in this approach that we have, this human-centric approach. Ours, we say it's based on the values of the Council of Europe. In the EU, they talk about, risk assessment, which we also talk about. So we have similar approaches to the same issue, but it's of course just different instruments, and it belongs to different bodies. But what I think is a significant factor here is that the EU is going to be a member of this treaty. So I would definitely encourage everybody to sign up. And it still leaves us with a lot of room to improve these opportunities for growth, as I called them, because we do need to address ownership of AI systems. And it's like I said before earlier when I was asking a question here, it's the elephant in the room, the fact that these business models that social media companies work on, they're mining our data to manipulate us, to sell advertisements in a completely transparent way, in a way that has been described very adequately as surveillance capitalism. And we're allowing this model that disinforms our citizenry, that abuses our time and effort and literacy to nefarious ends, to just happen. Because we've just allowed ourselves to become part of it and are not really addressing it very thoroughly. And some significant changes in our approach to intellectual property, to property in general, have to happen, because I mean, do we really want the Elon Musks of this world to be the sole owners of authority in the world? Because if we don't regulate companies like X, so aptly named now, or Facebook, or whatever it is, we will end up there. We will end up with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and guys like that running this world. And we will have inequality far beyond our wildest dreams in terms of, just the abject poverty that we will witness if we don't do something about the ownership and the right to benefit from these advancements. So this is something where we have an opportunity to grow, and we can still add it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Suna, I think, it is a question and the topic that we need discuss further on. And of course, there are a lot of questions. I don't want to take a time. If any of our colleagues still wishes to take a floor, please feel free. Yevgeny, but before Yevgeny, because I asked question to John about the experience that our good friend has regarding the upgrade, the following up or updating the regulations in light of rapid development of AI, and what is the main challenges. Of course, you mentioned about that, but maybe you can give some example or some case if you have faced so far. And also, what's your recommendation? Because you are only one who represents the national delegation here. I think it would be great for us to know how we can jointly combine our common efforts in order to be more effective in that, let's say, in that era and in that, let's say, issue and the UK experience. What has UK experience on that? Sorry, John, please.
Well, every country is developing its own. I mean, we've heard about the EU's regulatory framework and the Council of Europe. My country is a signatory of the Council of Europe, no longer in the EU. But equally, the biggest players are in America. We've seen the executive order produced by the President. But the second biggest player in this is China. And we had a long debate about, when we set up the AI Safety Summit, about whether or not to invite the Chinese, because they don't share our values. All the things which we take for granted, like human rights and civil liberties, they take a different view. But equally, they are very powerful players. So there needs to be agreement on the basic safeguards. And actually, the people who are most likely to deliver those are the companies. It's not governments who are developing this technology. It is Google, and it is Meta, and it is Amazon. I was in Korea 2 weeks ago, where Naver, who most people won't have heard of Naver, but they are the South Korean Google. They have compute powers almost on a par with Google. So it needs to be on a global basis. And that is what the AI Safety Summit is all about. But I do believe that governments need to set clear guidelines about what we expect from companies, but we mustn't hold back innovation from taking place, because actually that is overwhelmingly going to be a positive.
Thank you very much, dear John. Now I'd like to give the floor our friend from Italy, Evgenia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, grazie, grazie Presidente, grazie Zai, grazie colleghi.
Thank you for this opportunity to debate. And I'd like to thank, from the bottom of our heart, the Portuguese delegation for the hospitality. Thank you very much, and on behalf of the Italian delegation. Italy believes on artificial intelligence. We follow closely, and we heard what the colleagues, the previous speakers, and I'd like only to share with you some reflections concerning future. We have to invest in the future because we are submerged, or we are living in a world in which we have to react and we also have to act. And artificial intelligence, AI, is one of those perspectives. It's an imperative. AI is part of our present and will be part of our future. We should not be scared by the AI, because the human will not be replaced by algorithms, in our view. So we have to take into consideration the human dimension, the safety relationships, and the issues related to legality between us. So there are many areas of scientific research, progress, and well-being for the populations. And so everything that was said today here in this room is all the ideas are interlinked in a world which has a meaning. And what meaning do we want to give to AI? Intelligence is to see things more deeply, and no machine will replace man or woman. So it's also true that we need to define a framework with rules, with laws, which will allow us to use appropriately AI. We have to rule AI in legal terms, developing this technology, AI, based on the human potential. We have to invest in AI, we have to bet on AI, and we have to ensure equal access to instruments based on AI for all countries. And I'm, of course, referring to those countries which are member of our organization, but also I'm referring to technologies in general, but not just the technology based on AI. So we need to implement necessary infrastructures. First of all, the 5G network. We know that China is developing already reinforcement of connection to 6G, not just 6G. So I'm not here questioning what we need to do, but the truth is the parliament or the parliaments or national parliaments are the ideal forum to debate these matters. So as a representative in my country and fight against organized crime, I'd like to say that we have to build a paradigm which allows us to manage all the systems based on AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Evgenia. You have raised... Okay, please. You're lady from... Yeah, you want... No. Okay, you just raised your hand. That's why I just... Okay, so Evgenia, you have raised a very important question, whether we should be in line with all this, geopolitical competition or not. You have spoken about the Chinese, US and the EU competition that also Dr. Zorin also mentioned about that. This is the main question. This is the main question, but the question is, as John rightly mentioned before, that there is a great need for cooperation, global cooperation. So, of course, if we put this on the topic of our national interest only, of course, the globally we will use, and it will become more and more difficult. So, Suna, you want to add something, please?
Yeah, if I could just quickly respond. I mean, it's true that a machine will never physically replace a man or a woman, but it depends on what you mean with replace, because the current prediction is that about 40% of current jobs are at risk of being taken over by AI. Now imagine if 40% of your population within a short period of time lost their jobs to AI. What would you do for that population? Where are you going to send them? Where are they going to work? We need to rethink our entire societal system because of these developments. We can't just stop looking the other way and talk about the amazing opportunities of AI, but not look at the costs, which are massive societal displacement. And if we continue to look away from the issue of ownership and the right to benefit from these advancements and allow a very select few to gather insane amounts of wealth based on this technology and leaving, let's say it's only the 40%. Let's say that this is a correct prediction and that it won't exponentially grow like everything in the sector has been exponentially growing. Still, 40% of the workforce in the dust without a job and therefore without a reliable income. Where are we going to go with that? We really do need to address the main issue, which is who gets to benefit. It should be our societies. It shouldn't be the Elon Musks and the Jeff Bezoses of the world. And for that, we have to ask the fundamental question, are we really served with our current model on intellectual property and property rights in general? We have to look at it now, because this is the time to ensure that we don't have some dystopian future ahead of us.
Yeah, thank you. And I saw our friend from Italy, Emmanuel, wants to take a floor. Please, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all of you for the conversation that you just said. We can say that I'm coming out optimistic, but we know that we have to do a hard job as a member, as parliamentarians, because artificial intelligence obviously is there. We have to face it, we have to drive it. Can be positive for our countries, but we have to drive on it also, because manipulation of information, it is something that can be really dangerous. Just think that on the election can be manipulation of the information also during the election can be really dangerous. Just think that during this year, almost 51% of the people will go to vote in the world. So that is the reason why we really have to drive. And again, as CCT members, that was the reason why we made this kind of a resolution. It's like a frame. But I'm curious, and I just want to take this opportunity to have you. I'm curious because if I think to artificial intelligence, I think about something quick, immediate. But on the other hand, who has to legislate, to make the rules? The parliamentarians, the parliaments, is not that fast. So, like, I would like to have like a suggestion how to allow the parliamentarians and the parliaments to be as quick as the artificial intelligence is in growing and changing. Thank you.
This is really a good question, but who's going to answer this question? Please, Suna. You also?
I mean, you pose a very relevant question. If we look at the, what do we call it, the diaspora of parliamentarians all over the world, what we need to do is address digital literacy in parliaments. And being a member of parliament myself, I can say that most of my colleagues are older than me and less digitally literate than me. So it is an uphill battle to get parliamentarians to the level of understanding that they need to be able to address these challenges in any significant kind of way. That's, the number one challenge is just for legislators to understand what it's all about and what it can mean. And the older legislative is, I don't mean to sound ageist, it's just that they haven't grown up with the technologies like the younger generations have. So it's an uphill battle to just reach a level of awareness and know-how to be able to address it in the first place. And the reason why it's so important that we speed up and we get better and we get more agile and actually use, the same type of developmental attitude towards legislating AI as the AI companies use themselves, and I'm referring here to Agile, for example, is that the companies are way ahead of us in determining the rules of engagement with all of these machines. Because we haven't been there to regulate it, it's them who get to decide it. And there's this classical dilemma, I'll leave you with one example, is the automated cars that we were all expected to be driving by now, or not driving, so to speak. Is that, if you allow Google or whoever is that is manufacturing these automated vehicles to determine the rules of engagement of the automated car, and the car is faced with a child on the road, and it has to brake and therewith endanger the life of the driver, or continue driving and endanger the life of the child, but save the driver. What will a private company, based on the income from its customers, choose if it doesn't have any regulation telling it to make the ethical choice? It will make the right business choice, won't it? It'll protect its investment. So the reason we need to be there to regulate this, because we cannot let entities that has their main purpose to make profit determine what the rules of engagement are with the machines that we let them introduce to our world. And this is why we need to speed up.
Thank you very much. But before giving the floor to our other guest speakers, but I want to also take one last question from audience. Our friend from Germany, Marty, wants to take the floor. So please, Marty.
Yes, I just want to mention, because you said that a large percentage of workers will be de-employed because of the AI, but on the other hand, we have a lot of new opportunities in plenty of sectors for new job opportunities. And in times of the lack of skilled workers in many countries, I think this is also something that we can positively look upon. So my question is, what do you think, in which sectors will AI generate new job opportunities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe Dr. Sonia, you also just covered this question.
Thank you very much. Only
three
very, very quick comments. The first about the question raised by Lord John Whittingall about how to put the enterprises make auto-regulation. This is a very important question. The solution we try to put in work in the European Union is the idea that the fox needs to maintain the chicken in the place, because if all the chicken is hit, the fox also dead with hungry. So it's the principle of the MEA, is the principle of the SCA. And I think it's a good principle that is working. You make some 1 month ago, the first 1 year report of monitoring. You are a lot of processes now between European Union and the Big Six and other enterprises, but you have this principle of 8 keepers is working till now, and is one of the possible approaches. The second note about the question of alignment. We are now the foreign minister of Portugal, the foreign affairs minister of Portugal, my former colleague in the European Parliament, Paulo Rangel, perhaps now he could hear me, and this question of alignment is perhaps a very good question for him, because how to align, we need to align global solutions for that. You need to align also with China, but which will be the headlines? For me, the headlines is imagination. Till now, imagination is one point, is his headline. The second headline is the heights to have own meanings, is the height of meaning. But it's very difficult, it's a very crucial issue. About the improve regulation when technology change all days. We need a new kind of quantic regulation that improve automatically under human control. It's easy to do, no, but you need to try. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I want to give the floor to Mr. Whittingdale for his maybe last remark.
Thanks. It may be that 40% of jobs are replaced by AI, but that I don't think is something that we should be frightened of. I think it will need for us to readjust what we expect, and actually it offers opportunities for people to have much more leisure time and not to have the drudgery of a lot of jobs which will be replaced by AI. Where I disagree is that, I mean, all these advances are coming out of private sector companies. Government obviously has a job to do to ensure that regulation is in place to ensure that it isn't abused. But these are being driven by major tech companies who have changed the world. And if you imagine a world without the internet, without Google, I mean, it seems backward, and yet it's only in the last few years, and all of that has come free, which is another reason why I don't regard advertising as something which we should be concerned about. It has brought enormous benefits. The fact that we can do so much through smart technology like Google Maps or Google Translate or searches on the internet, all of that you don't pay for. It's paid for by advertising, but it is hugely beneficial. And I don't share this worry about the evils of Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. I think governments are much more dangerous than individuals. And the idea that Google is going to somehow choose to have its car run over a child because it's worried that the driver might be affected, I just think it is nonsense. I mean, obviously, Google is going to be affected if their cars hit a child as much as if the driver's hurt. And we need to put in place basic guidelines. But the idea that government either could or should lay down detailed regulation about the operation of these companies will hold them back and actually will hand over to those who have much less beneficial motives, who, as we've already heard earlier, are equally developing this technology very fast.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, indeed I'd like to thank all our guest speakers for their availability and also for their interesting presentation, and I do believe that this is not the end of our discussions, because this is the topic that really we need to keep on the agenda of our assembly. But of course we have to find other tools and the possibility and maybe some structure or some, to increase our institutional capacity as the Parliamentary Assembly. But I'd like to just remind you that upon the initiative of our President, Pierre Kama, we have had a second round or second time of the discussion about the future of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. We have thoroughly discussed the possible way and the best way of the Assembly to go on, and one of the ideas was maybe to look at the structure of the Parliamentary Assembly and to put some, let's say, something new that really, let's say, covers our daily life, which one of them was the artificial intelligence. So, Pia, maybe you and Roberto, of course, in the upcoming events or in Bucharest, we can also discuss. Maybe one of the ideas could be, as we discussed in Copenhagen last April, to have a subcommittee on artificial intelligence within the second, the committee, general committee, because it is really, as today's discussion proves once more, that this is a very challenging issue. This is a very important issue. We shouldn't just discuss it in one case, but it is really need to be on the high agenda of the Assembly. By saying that, of course, I'd like once more thank our host and our Portuguese friends, Paula and Luis and the others, and of course the leadership of the Parliamentary Assembly, as well as our friends, colleagues who made such a long distance to come here, and of course our International Secretariat, Roberta, and good friend Marco, others who really made great efforts to make this conference possible. Thank you very much. By that, I'm closing the last session, and I want to again thank our guest speakers. Thank you. So we will have a closing session soon.
Vamos dar início então à ação de encerramento.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Nós vamos dar
Good afternoon. We are now going to start the closing session and try to make it short. We all want to go back home. And I'm sure we also want first to go to Casa do Alentejo for dinner. I shall speak in English because that is the language. As a member of this organization, we do our presentations. Vou começar em...
Thank you to everyone who came to Lisbon for the second conference, the first of this new stage, which we hope was fruitful and left everyone waiting to return. I would like to thank, on behalf of the Portuguese delegation at APOs of Paula Cardoso and myself, and I believe if the Vice President of Parliament has mind in his name too, of the Portuguese Parliament, all the support, confidence and friendship from President Pia Calma, but also from the Secretary General Roberto Montella, with whom, still in Birmingham back in 2022, we began to prepare this initiative and holding in Portugal the annual meeting, which will take place next year in Oporto. If I may, umas pequenas palavras também para os funcionários da Assembleia.
A few words to the staff of the Parliament for all your efforts during this month and for nothing to be missing to any of the MPs, to any of the members of the OSCE PA.
The sea voyages that started right here in Lisbon, which changed the way of thinking. Centuries later, energy, first the coal, then electricity, allowed the Industrial Revolution that changed not only the economy and social organization, but the rules of thought. Then the internet. And we made the voyages again without going out of our rooms back at home. And now the artificial intelligence. We may be we'll be on the incoming of a new time for human development. The potential of artificial intelligence to substantially change our lives is tremendous. The range of application is quite wide, from advances in environment, science and decarbonization to cybersecurity, war weapons and new medicines. As we have seen through the day, measures are needed to strengthen the safety and security of artificial intelligence, protect the privacy of citizens, increase safeguards, promote equity and fundamental rights, defend consumers and defend workers and employers, promote innovation and competition, guarantee democracy, human rights. We need to regulate the use of artificial intelligence, but at the same time, we need to not be afraid of change and invest in innovation and the transfer of knowledge from universities to companies. There are so many applications and opportunities. And conversely, Europe rule is weak compared to America and China in terms of research and production of new patents. We therefore need to support the development of artificial intelligence in Europe and regulate its current use. There are no bad technologies, only bad uses for the technology. As we are talking about future along this day, allow me to go back to the past. In 1755, a huge earthquake destroyed Lisbon. In fact, destroyed Lisbon and half of Portugal. This natural event was so devastating that it shook European thought itself. Too linear and too full of religions explanations to interpret what happened or to interpret the unknown. One of our speakers this morning turned to speak about Sun Tzu and the War of War. My dear friend Carlos Jourin quoted a popular poet from my land, Algarve. I should return the friendship and quote Abate Correia da Serra, but I choose another one. I choose to quote Voltaire with a little book he wrote 4 years after the earthquake. Inspired himself by the earthquake, a Lisbon earthquake. He called him Candid or the Optimist. That short book portrays the abrupt interruption of a lifestyle, a way of thinking and acting, and the beginning of what we call the century of light. It ends with a challenge. We must cultivate our garden. Cultivating the garden is taking on the civilization task. Cultivating is the work of civilization. Cultivating is caring, helping, supporting others. Cultivating is the verb for human rights, for human development. As politicians, as members of parliament, we know that it is necessary permanently cultivate the garden. That is, to face problems with the aim of human rights as a road, to put artificial intelligence at the service of human beings so that the world can gradually improve. Or at least for those who don't live permanently in Lisbon, don't get worse. Returning to Voltaire in his book, I hope we took the inspiration and the tools to once, back in our national parliaments, create the political environment to get the world improved and to let better than we found it. Thank you very much to come to Lisbon. It's my honor now to give the stage to our General Secretary, Roberto Montella. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Minister, Vice President, Madam President, thank you very much for this event. Paola, I would like to thank you in particular. I would like to thank your staff, Anna, Margarita, Nuno, all those who have worked on this conference, the colleagues in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Marco, Daria, all of those who have worked on this. I know many people have thanked you, but I think now that we are in the conclusion, we actually have to thank you and to thank Portugal in particular. Portugal has been playing a key role in our Assembly. You've had this morning the visit of our former President, João Soares, who was our President for many years. We had two Vice Presidents from Portugal, Isabel Santos and Ilza de Sena. We have leaders of Portugal who have been very active in the Parliamentary Assembly. I think Portugal plays an important role. Next year, it's been said, you're going to host the biggest event. It's the biggest contribution that you can give to the Parliamentary Assembly, hosting an annual session in Porto next year. And these Lisbon conferences, I mean, now you have in the logo, it's becoming a tradition. And I must say I have participated in many sessions of the Parliamentary Assembly. And this type of conferences, like the one we had in Landsweiler a few weeks ago, or in Cyprus on corruption a few years ago, they become more and more the center where really good debate, good discussions on issues can take place. Normally in our statutory meetings, in our official meetings, we are very much driven by the protocol that we have to pass resolutions, but we don't have the opportunity to debate freely. And I can say the number of participants, this is, for your information, the biggest event ever in participation that is not a non-statutory meeting. So we've never had so much participants in an event which is a non-statutory meeting. The choice of the argument, of course, I will not add any other word on artificial intelligence. One, because I'm not an expert, but two, because I think we've heard from distinguished guests, and I would like to thank all the experts who have taken the floor here. We have really learned a lot, and I think anything that I would add is superfluous, because I think everything has been said. I am proud that the Parliamentary Assembly is giving itself more and more tools to debate key issues that we have. I think in the past years we've had the capacity to kind of accompany what's happening in the world. We've seen in the last years terrorism become a big issue, and we've given ourselves a tool to deal with terrorism, which is the Committee on Fight Against Terrorism. Migration, we've given ourselves our tool. Climate change, we have a special representative. Now artificial intelligence, so I welcome also the idea that we give ourselves some maybe also organic tools to deal with these central issues, so that they are not just debated in the plenary, but more focus is given on them. I think a key issue is that these issues cannot be dealt by national legislations, and I think it is very good that the Council of Europe has legislated on this, but that also the Parliamentary Assembly understands that we need to have multilateral tools to deal with these challenges. All the big challenges that we have in front of us can only be dealt with members of parliaments, leaders getting together, discussing between themselves and devising solutions to the big challenges that we have together. Also, a word of gratitude to the second committee led by Azai Guliev and Gudrun Kugler this morning was here, although Artur Gerasimov was not here. But the second committee has taken a greater role, also probably with the help of Marco in our secretariat, who gives a boost into focusing on key issues that are on the world's agenda and working on that. So thank you very much also to the second committee. I would leave it with the words of, there is an Italian delegation, a consistent Italian delegation here, and you've probably, the Italians will know better. There is, in these days in Italy, a long debate over a book, The Rule of the Game, that was published by the former head of the Italian counter-espionage, Marco Mancini. And he talks about human intelligence and digital intelligence, and also in the framework of what has happened on the 7th of October in Israel. So I think, and this would be my conclusion, I think that it is very important, of course, to regulate and to promote artificial intelligence, but I'm also a strong, let's say, fan of human intelligence, and I think in some sectors of life, never forget that human intelligence is really the key to make key powerful decisions that depend also on the future of our lives. So while we regulate artificial intelligence, let's of course make sure that we preserve and we defend human intelligence, of which I have strong belief in. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Roberto Montella. Convidava agora a usar da palavra.
Thank you, Roberto Montella. I now give the floor to the Vice President or Deputy Speaker of the Portuguese Parliament, Mr. Pérez Trello. Thank you, Mr. Member of Parliament. I greet all present, namely the President of OSCE, Pierre Coman, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, Mr. Montella, President of the Portuguese delegation to the OSCE PA, and Vice President of the delegation, dear participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I first greet the members of the Portuguese delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, namely MPs Paula Cardoso and Luís Graça, President and Vice President of this delegation, for the excellent initiative and for the opportunity of this subject. I also note the excellent contributions brought by remarkable speakers throughout the day that I could attend through our TV channel. I'm very happy to participate in the Conference of Lisbon of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, an organization I had the privilege to belong as a member of the Portuguese delegation between 2005 and 2007. In that capacity, I followed and contributed to the works of the OSCE PA in the promotion of a greater involvement of national parliaments in the OSCE, and I enhanced the work to develop the promotion of conflict prevention and resolution mechanisms, as well as the supporting and strengthen the democratic institutions in the member states. The work developed, namely through the election observation missions, is an important contribution to the strengthening and consolidation of democratic institutions. Now, I'd like to stress here the case of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, to which I currently belong to. In the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, we have developed an intense work in the consolidation of democratic institutions. That role has been played by the Roseroth seminars that have already had hundreds of editions on subjects on the strengthening of democracies, defense and security. It's an important tool to the dialogue and cooperation with parliaments from Central and Eastern Europe that are not members of NATO. No less important has been the work of the Special Group for the Mediterranean and the Middle East, that has been able to sit at the same table, parliamentaries from that region, where safety issues are known to all of you, and it seems that they are getting worse. Now, I stress, under the scope of the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, a recommendation made by this Assembly was the creation of a Democratic Resilience Centre at NATO as a resource made available to states, the structure of which would coordinate with other organizations issues related to democratic resilience. The parliamentary assemblies are also privileged fora for the debate on the key role that science and technology play in the world today and its impacts on security and prosperity of states and peoples. Now, the subject of today's event, security in the age of artificial intelligence, is of the utmost importance. Artificial intelligence is changing quickly and changes the way how people live and work. The implications and impacts of artificial intelligence are difficult to assess, given its very quick development and the variety of applications. Just think about the applications of AI today, and then look back 5 or 10 years. What an evolution! And imagine, how will it be like in 10 years? It's difficult to imagine. Namely, in the areas of defense and security, core concern of this organization, and also the other one I belong to, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, applications seem endless, impossible to predict, and of unimaginable consequences, be it in the military field and the non-military field. It can be constructive or destructive. The integration of artificial intelligence brings countless opportunities and benefits in support to the human factor, to improve knowledge on different scenarios and operations, or in the analysis of the different options in terms of strategic decision-making. In the areas of defense, there is a potential for development of autonomous systems, contributing to a new paradigm, the role of troops in conflict with artificial intelligence, allowing to carry out extremely destructive missions without putting the soldiers at risk. And also the systems of cyber defense, where artificial intelligence improves the resistance to cyber threats. Now, associated with challenges and opportunities, the application of artificial intelligence also entails risks and brings ethical and legal challenges, namely as regards the humanitarian international law, the rights of people, and the capacity to generate disruptive disinformation with very strong impacts on different sectors of society, namely the resilience of democratic institutions. Irrespective of the risks and challenges, the growing popularity and wide accessibility of AI is a reality that brings the need to joint efforts to face these opportunities and challenges it entails through the adoption of regulatory strategies and frameworks. Recently, in a conference of parliamentarians, members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the vice president of one of the largest technological institutes in the world, when she was asked, faced with questions of ethical, legal and regulatory nature, the answer was that institution was of a scientific one. It was not a police or a law enforcement organization or political organization. I'm not saying what institute all this, because we're working under the Chatham House rules meeting, but a few weeks later, at another university, also a renowned university, ethical and regulatory issues, on the contrary, were at the core of the concerns of academics and researchers. It was comforting to know that not all scientific community is immersed in the Manhattan Project spirit. As parliamentarians, we play a key role in the conception of regulatory frameworks for the development of standards towards an ethical use of AI, monitoring powers to promote its accountability and also make people aware of its potentialities and risks. Now, all these areas are extremely important. Political areas are very important and urgent in certain international fora, parliamentary fora, just like the parliamentary assemblies, and they are therefore important for the sharing of good practices and sharing of information on common rules towards universally agreed rules that are coherent. I close with a greeting to the participants, members of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and also some of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly that are present here. And I wish that you may still have time to enjoy the history and culture of Lisbon. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Deputado Marcos Pestrelo.
Thank you, MP Marcos Pestrelo, Vice President of the Parliament, President of NATO. Now, to close this conference of the OSCE PA, I give the floor to the Minister of State and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Paulo Rangel. Mr. Deputy Speaker of the Portuguese Parliament, Mr. Marcos Pestrelo, Madam President of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, Mr. Pierre Kalman, Secretary of State of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, Roberto Montella, President of the Portuguese delegation to the of the Portuguese Parliament to this Parliamentary Assembly, Mrs. Paula Cardoso, and the Vice President of the delegation, Mr. Luís Graça, ladies and gentlemen, MPs, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen.
Before I start, because as it is normal in Portuguese, I'd like to tell you that I have a small present for each one of you. I have my book about the English Revolution and the shape of a democratic parliament, that is on Parliament, a very small essay that will be there, is already there, is a blue book, and I hope that at the end of this session you can pick one. I won't sign it because otherwise I could not take care of my functions. It will be very, very, I'd say, long session of signatures. Agradeço muito o convite.
So I thank you for the invitation to participate in the closing of this second Lisbon Conference of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. This organization is a unique institution because it is at the same time the largest forum of world security and a core entity in the defense of democracy, human rights, freedom of expression, pluralism, free elections and fair elections. I'd like to stress the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights that plays an extremely relevant role, I would say irreplaceable role, in the election observation missions, in the analysis of the elections legislation, and in counseling, development and maintenance of democratic institutions. I would even say that OSCE has established and consolidated the international standards for free and fair elections, democracies, transitions towards democracy, prevention of a moving towards autocracy, all this is a direct and objective result of the OSCE work. In July 2009 until this April 2024, I was a member of the European Parliament, and from March 2005 to 2009, an MP to the Portuguese Parliament. Because of all this, I have had 20 years of parliamentary activity, non-stop, 15 of these years in a multinational parliament, first with another 27 countries, first with another 26, then with another 27, and finally with another 26 nationalities. This experience allows me to have a privileged understanding not just of the parliamentary role, but in particular what we often call parliamentary diplomacy, the external dimension of the activity of parliaments. Now, elaborating on the basis of this experience I have about the international function of parliaments, namely the platforms, parliamentary diplomacy that are so well represented in this Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, one may wonder, what sense does it make to develop international relations between parliaments, between parliamentary delegations? Don't we all know that, according to the classical doctrine of separation of powers, described by John Locke and Montesquieu, that the federative power to John Locke, or the exertion of injunction by Montesquieu, the power to make peace and war and to make alliances between political communities, don't we know that this power is an exclusive attribution of the executive power? So does it make any sense to talk about parliamentary diplomacy? If government and sometimes heads of state, the executive branches, if they are the ones that lead the foreign policy, why open this front to parliaments, to parliamentary delegations? The answer, namely to all democratic regimes, is easy and convincing, because parliaments give a specific contribution to foreign policy, facing what in classical philosophy and scholastics we call specific difference. While governments may have a minority or majority support, and they always reflect in the external plan a unique, unified and indivisible position, translated in the vote of that state in the international bodies that it belongs to. National parliaments, on their hand, are the expression of plurality, internal diversity. I mean, irrespective or notwithstanding the will of the majority that is expressed in parliaments, but they are the contribution that parliaments can bring to the international level is the diversity, plurality of national visions, although represented proportionally in each delegation. National parliaments contribute greatly to the establishment of a true international political space and a true international democratic sphere. As a matter of fact, minority positions in a national parliament may correspond to a majority position in another national parliament, and this interaction then leads to a international political arena. The votes of a delegation of one state may go to different positions, showing the diversity, plurality, internal plurality of the vision that each state has on the external policy. So there is a true specific difference, a constitutional difference between the participation of national parliaments in the international and European arenas and the traditional participation of national governments in that same arena. Well, if this contextualization of the diplomatic function of parliaments goes for many organizations, Council of Europe, European Union, NATO. It makes even more sense and is very pertinent in the concrete case of OSCE, the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE. If the OSCE is promoting democracy and promoting and defending democracy, pluralism, freedom of expression, free and fair elections, if OSCE is an international organization that cares also for pluralism and diversity, then the promoting, enhancing these values can only belong to this organization. And the only way to ensure diversity and pluralism can only be ensured, and it is, by a parliamentary assembly as the one we have here. One last word to associate this doctrinal perspective on the role of parliamentary assembly with the theme of this conference: security in the age of artificial intelligence. At a time when disinformation, hybrid attacks, digital manipulation, cybercrime are growing in all fronts, the democratic process and the security of critical infrastructures have to be protected. The digital world knows no borders. The virtual became universal. Artificial intelligence boosts this digitalization and of our political reality and the international political reality. On one hand, it gives us tools, instruments to strengthen security in general and reliability of the election processes and democratic mechanisms. But on the other hand, this artificial intelligence increases the possibilities of threats, disruption of those processes, of those mechanisms, and of the infrastructures that support them and make them work. There is a whole new world, a wonderful new world, as Axel would have said, that requires study, positioning, deliberation, action. Always in the defense of democracy, pluralism, human rights, and security. Hence, democracy, pluralism, human rights, and Pax, security. Pax and teacher. Always with a plural, diversified, dialectic vision, a network of parliaments in the parliamentary assembly that serves democracy. Only an organization with these democratic values and history can promote in each state and in other states that are not members, promote and uphold democracy. In one word, here, at this parliamentary assembly, international and European democracy is at the service of national democracies. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paulo Rangel, Minister of State and Foreign Affairs. Dear colleagues, on behalf of our President Pierre Comer, we now close this second conference of Lisbon. I hope to see you again soon, and you are all invited for dinner. Thank you.